nothing can stop me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Yeah, susceptible now, before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Susceptible now, before the moment flies.
Shout out, shout out, shout out to all you guys that are here enjoying Andre and Andrea's Love Crossing Borders. We've got a great topic for tonight. Really great topic that I've been wanting to speak on for quite a while. The evolution of and the appreciation of the Black father. In many countries around the world, the Black father is starting to be noticed, acknowledged, and getting his due. And it's about time. It's about time that the stats came out telling the truth about what Black fathers are giving and offering to their families. It's about time that the Oprah Winfreys and the Gales and all the other women that tried to portray the Black father as a villain realize statistically that's not true. Just like in the case of Joe Jackson. Joe Jackson not only raised superstars, he raised fathers. And as far as we know, and far as we've noticed, just like Joe Jackson, none of his children have abandoned their children. In other words, no matter what the media says or try to portray Black fathers as, Joe Jackson showcased that you can create or at least encourage mega superstars out of your children and at the same time multiply by creating more amazing Black fathers. So this episode starts off with giving dedication and shout out to men that such as the Joe Jacksons of the James Evans of the world. We're also going to look at how, hey, a lot of lies and myths have been put out there about Black fathers. And then we're going to end it with showcasing the appreciation for you Black fathers that are out there and how people, especially the ladies, are noticing globally that Black fathers are needed and wanted compared to fathers from other cultures. So that's what we're going to be looking at tonight here on Andre and Andrea's Love Crossing Borders. Let's get us some intro music going. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Appreciate every one of you. It's a great Saturday evening. We won't be too long tonight. No 5-hour live stream. No 5-hour live streams this evening. And we will be giving a shout out to all you guys here. We got 19 people in the building. The first brother that was here was our brother Johnny in the building. Yes, sir. Glad to see you here, Johnny. What's up, brother? What's up, everyone? Shout out to my brother, Mr. Milner himself, Ahmad, being in the building as well. Salute to you, kind sir. Salute to you. Glad to see that you're here. Kenny People says, good evening himself. He said, I'm not a father. He said, media needs a narrative where, say, yeah, somebody's got to play the villain. And it looks like they try to have us Black fathers play the villain. And that's a bad thing. Yep. That's a bad thing. Shout out to my brother Tevin King. Appreciate you always being here as well, Tevin. He said good. He said greetings, Andre and Andrea, and especially shout out to everyone in the chat. Shout out to all you guys that are here this wonderful, wonderful Saturday evening. Yes, sir. He said, I saw your flyer that you posted on WhatsApp with the Rick Ross and others. Yes, there's supposed to be a major concert that's taking place of a different hip hop artist from the United States. That's taking place in Cartagena. So if any of you guys are interested, I might post that on here tomorrow to let you guys see. If you're interested in coming down to Cartagena, I believe it's in May or June. They're supposed to be having a concert starring Rick Ross and several other U.S. performers performing in Colombia this year. Yes, sir. He said, what's your honest thought on the matter? Well, we've had U.S. performers come here forever, from the Backstreet Boys to Wu-Tang Clan. There's always been American artists coming down here because there are many that are true hip hop fans in Colombia of American hip hop genre. And so a lot of people just assume that Colombians like reggaeton, and they do. This is one of the homes of reggaeton, but at the end of the day, they also like hip hop that's kind of like, that has a little vintage to it. You know, Rick Ross has been around for a while, so he has a little vintage to himself. The Wu-Tang Clan, little vintage to themselves. They've been around for a while. So Colombians like classic hip hop, not necessarily only the Drakes, but there are other, or some of the latest artists that are released in the States. So shout out to Colombia for always supporting different genres of music. Colombia also has a jazz fest. Some of the most amazing jazz performers from around the world come to Colombia in Bogota every year for years, called Jazz in the Park. They always have a hip hop festival in Medellin every year. I don't know why you guys never talk about it. They have a hip hop festival every year in Medellin. They have Fashion Week in Medellin, like New York has Fashion Week. Medellin has supermodels come in from all over the world every year. You guys don't talk about it. He said, if you don't mind, ask. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea. The guys that shouldn't be here anyway aren't going to be able to come anyway. Cartagena's doing a crackdown like Medellin is doing a crackdown. So those who need to be here and enjoy the concert and enjoy the country will be here. And those that don't need to be here, they'll be turned around in Cartagena just like they're getting turned around in Medellin. So yeah, I think it's a great idea to have a concert. Good morning to all you guys over there in Southeast Asia. Good morning to our brother Ronan Travelers. Salute to you, brother. Salute to all you ex-military and current military gentlemen and ladies. We say good morning from the Philippines. We are the best fathers. Yes, we are. Statistically, it's just a fact that Black men are the best fathers. And it's starting to come to light. More and more people are talking about it. And a lot of people are kind of have mixed opinions of Joe Jackson. They used to look at him just as all villainy. But as you're going to hear today, that narrative is not necessarily rolling off the tongue of everyone. There are a lot of people that see Joe Jackson as the man that were behind the men that became the Jackson 5, Michael Jackson, Latoya Jackson, Janet Jackson. All these people came from one family based off the discipline and the direction of one man, whether we want to admit it or not, Joe Jackson. So it is in many families. Many families have their version of a father that's a motivator, a father that is a director, a father that has focus and wants the best for their children. Shout out to you guys. Yes, sir, guys. Make sure you hit that like button on your way in. We like you. Make sure that you like us too. Shout out to you guys being here. Shout out to my brother Hugh Steffens in the building. Glad that you're here. Salute to you as well, brother. Salute to you as well. Glad to see that you're here, as well as our brother Ellis is in the building. What up, though? What up, though?
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with those Detroit boys. You know how we get. You know how the Michiganders get. Shout out to my brother Don, a.k.a. the Don JP. Good evening. Yes, sir. To Andrea as well in the chat. Yes, sir. Shout out to you guys. for being here. Shout out to my brother Chris Jeezy in the building. What's up, everybody? What's up, Chris? Shout out to you, family. And we got JC in the building. We doing something right tonight. Yes, sir. Greetings and salutations, everyone, and respect. Yes, sir. RESPCT. Yes, sir. Zeta's in the building. Hola to you as well, brother. Hola to you as well. He said, I'm in a widowed. He said, I'm a widowed father of two. I'm medically retired from the military. I'm with my kids 24/7. I do everything for them. I'm blessed that I have a family or have family to watch my kids when traveling on short trips. So absolutely correct. There is and that's the part that, or the narrative that most of society doesn't talk about. The single fathers, the married fathers, those of us by the millions who aren't fathers. They make it seem like black men are not only the villains of fatherhood, but we're the ones that are having mass children. We're going to hear today some stats, man, that's going to amaze you about who is the one that's having multiple parents. In other words, having multiple children from multiple different individuals. And you'll find out it is not black men that are actually doing this. Most black fathers do not have multiple baby mamas. But most black mothers, statistically, according to the CDC, the IRS, black mothers, statistically, who are mothers, make up women that have more than one baby daddy. Over 50+% of black mothers have more than one baby daddy. Yet they're all sleeping with the same men. That's the crazy part. My brother says this. Shout out to you being in the building. He says this. Oh, salute. Salute to you as well, sir. Salute to you as well. Glad to see you being in the building. Mr. Melanated himself. Glad to see that you're here. You say Joe just whipped them kids to success. Did he not? Did he not? A lot of people try to overlook that part. Shout out to my brother Jay Anderson, the great that is, in the building. Salute to you as well, brother. Glad to see that you're here. And salute to Andre and Love Crossing Borders. And my brother Will in the building. Salute to you also, sir. Glad to see you guys are here. It's a wonderful Saturday here in Colombia. A man supporting man is in the building. Shout out to you for the videos that you clip from our channel. Post them on yours along with the other great content creators. We appreciate that, man. We really do. Thank you for all that you do. Salute to you as well, sir. Salute to you as well. Let me scroll down because I got my brother E-Man Perry in the building. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you with the 95-5 rule. And let me make sure I got everybody. We got 30 in the building. Make sure we get 30 people clicking that like button. You say coming into this space, I had to look at the women in my family, especially my mom. She has 3 kids, 3 different men. My mom has 3 kids, 2 different men. Mind you, my mom was my father died when I was 1. My mom was pregnant with my sister. So I was already born. She's pregnant with my sister. And my dad gets deleted by his side chick, right? He over there trying to cause some mess. He got deleted. So they couldn't press any charges against the lady because he was in her house attacking her. So that's how my dad died, right? Trying to be a player. So my mom has my brother. She being a side chick. We're going to talk about that tonight. My mom was dealing with a guy, and he was married. So my little brother is the love child. Now, we've seen his dad and hung out with his dad a few times, so he never denied his son, but she did have kids with multiple men. My mom was one of them. Some of you guys' moms are one of them. I know you love your mom. That doesn't make your mom a bad person, but it does make your mom, like my mom and like my brother's AMSM mom, a part of that statistic. And some of you guys don't want to admit it, that you got half brothers, half sisters. We're going to find out something about Joe Jackson tonight that a lot of guys don't know about. Shout out to all you gentlemen that are here. And shout out to T-Mac being in the building. Happy to be back in Medellin. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you being here. He said, unfortunately, my mom has 5 children by different men. Yeah, it's not like we're putting down our mothers. We're just being statistically true. I think the stat is 56% of all Black women have multiple baby daddies. When it comes to men, over 50% of men in the United States, Black men, don't even have kids. Under the age of 50. I'll say that again. Black men under the age of 50, half of us ain't even got no kids. One of the reasons is 30% of all men in the United States under the age of 30 are still virgins. So you can't say that all these Black boys are having babies. Wait a minute. 30% of these Black boys ain't even having sex under the age of 30. It's not that they can't get sex. They don't want the headache that comes along with being with these young ladies of this era. So these young men rather play their video games, enjoy some anime, and stack their crypto dollars. And I'm not mad at them. And I'm gonna tell you something. If I was raised in this age right now, I'd probably be moving the same way that these young men are moving, on monk mode. I'd be just like them, playing my anime, watching my anime, playing my video games, have my female friends, but I ain't smashing nothing. Ain't nobody gonna get no money from me. And I'm watching my anime. These young men are doing it right, because by the time they hit 35, 40, I bet you they ain't gonna be broke because of no women. I bet you they ain't gonna be stuck with child support because of no women. Bet that. 30%. So when they try to act like all these Black men out here having all these kids, no, they ain't. These women are having babies by the exact same dudes. They're sharing bodies. They're sharing bodies. He said dudes keep trying to deny the patriarchy. The paternity fraud. Absolutely correct. That's another thing. 30% of all children born in the United States, they've already proven that might not be the father. They say it's 60% in some countries in Africa, Nigeria, that's what it is. Nigeria, 60% of all children that they claim is the father ain't the daddy. 60%. That ain't even the daddy. So they try to build this narrative about men, but we're not going for it. Let me change the music up. All right. I'm still celebrating that I finally got the lighting correct on the camera. Goodness gracious, man. Goodness gracious. We've been missing out. Like I said, I had the lighting on the camera dimmed for almost a year since we've gotten here. Well, actually over a year. And so, like I said, one night I decided to go ahead, do the homework, find out how I need to adjust the camera lighting. And behold, we can finally look at a decent Love Crossing Borders episode with good camera and not just great audio. He said, oh yeah, Nigeria is notorious for that. Yep. NBA Youngboy, Nick Cannon, Cam Newton, just to name a few dudes with multiple baby mamas. Absolutely correct. These ladies are all sharing the same few dudes. The same few dudes. And they don't have a problem with it. I'll say this again, they don't have a problem with it. But let's get started with tonight's episode. We're going to have some fun first, enjoying it. But all of this, what we're looking at tonight, is going to jail when it comes to fathers and good fathers being wanted internationally.
This is officially being called the Michael phenomenon. Fans are turning movie theaters into full-on MJ parties. Hee hee. Across the globe, the new biopic Michael isn't just being watched, it's being experienced. I'm talking packed theaters, dancing in the aisles, karaoke parties. People treating the whole viewing experience like they're front row at an MJ concert. We even have Angela Bassett doing the thing, dancing in the aisles. The fans are loving the film and gave Michael a 96% rating. The critics, well, they're rating 40% on Rotten.
Bro, if you go to my Michael Jackson movie theater screening and you start jumping up and fucking dancing and throwing a fucking party in the goddamn movie theater, you have passed the vibe check. Bro, I love it. I love it so much, man. It's like healing, bro. I remember when Michael died in 2009, I was heartbroken. I was shattered. And I remember people just started bandwagoning, oh, he's their favorite now. When I was coming up at school, people were making fun of Michael Jackson. They were mocking Michael Jackson. They were, oh, the golden nose, and oh, this, and oh, he's so white. Like, they bullied Michael Jackson the last couple years of his life. And I remember always being like a day one fan of his ever since I heard him. My mom and I even went to go see This Is It in trailers on premiere day. I bought an album. I got his vinyl. I got the shirt because I've always been a Michael fan. To see people like just going out to their movie theater and feeling an overwhelming sensation of Michael is, one, a great testament to the film being how it was made and Jafar Jackson's performance being incredible. But two, it also just goes to show Michael in his style and his music was so transcendent. It literally 17 years after his death has people jumping out of their fucking seats.
Man, it does not feel like it's been 17 years. It does not feel like it's been 17 years. I don't know where you guys were. Do you guys remember where you were when Michael passed on? I was at work working with some students and the parents. And I kid you not, our department, you know, all the cubicles are noisy and busy, you know, because you're helping kids with you know, getting into school, right? And I was sitting with a mother and a daughter, and we had just finished doing a tour of the campus. And the floor got dead silent. You could hear a pin drop as if a pastor was announcing prayer. Pin drop. No computers, no phone calls, no conversations, just quietness. Because everybody was looking at their cell phones. The students, their parents, us, the staff, everybody's looking at their phones, and Michael Jackson died. A father, a black father, was gone. Didn't get a chance to raise his kids. Not as much as he wanted to. Didn't get a chance to see them walk across the aisle. Didn't get a chance to see them make mistakes and learn from those mistakes. None of that. He was gone. And you really didn't realize the impact that Michael had until you went to this movie. I think for a lot of us, the reason why we're celebrating Michael, the man, the performer, the father, many of us didn't get a chance to buy the tickets for This Is It. Many of us didn't get a chance to go to the Victory Tour. We didn't go to the I'm Bad tour. So we didn't get a chance to enjoy Michael in concert. And for many of us, when you're in that theater, especially if you're in an IMAX theater, go see it in IMAX. Don't go see a regular theater. I promise you, go to the gigantic screens. Go to a giant screen. If you got IMAX in your town, your city, go see it in IMAX. And it makes it seem like you are at a concert. And people celebrated it as if they were at a concert. It was not sitting down. People were sitting down, but they were we're talking about the footage that I just showed you, global footage. Not just in the US, global footage. People are just having fun, enjoying themselves, going back in history. And it's been 17 years. That's crazy. Yeah, Snoop is well known around the world as well. That's so true. He said, I saw helicopters everywhere because I'm coming home town in LBC. Okay. Shout out to Long Beach. He said, I was in junior high school, about a senior. He said, I was at work. Yep. 17 years. Time flies by. He said, I was in high school. He said, I was in college, living this college life. Shout out to Jamon being in the building. Jamon says, I was at work when both MJ and Prince died. So was I. So was I. Couldn't believe either one of them. Thought it was a rumor. But come to find out it was for real.
Dancing in their aisles, dancing in front of the screen, and it's dozens of people from the theater, and they're just partying and doing karaoke together. And it's so fucking just beautiful. The unity of it, it just warms my heart, bro. I fucking love it. And I can understand like people get irritated by it, whatever, but look, I'm also a Marvel fan, and here's my defense of that. If you can go to a Marvel movie in Endgame and cheer and scream and dance and jump all around when, the Endgame final battle happens, or you can go to the fucking Minecraft movie and start tossing and throwing popcorn whenever Steve or whatever the fuck his name says that line. Don't bitch when you go to a Michael Jackson movie and you see fans legitimately welled up with so much emotion and energy, what Michael invoked out of people and brought out of people, and then be annoyed by it, because that right there is 2 hours of people just vibing together and being together and loving something together.
Yeah, you think, I kid you, if y'all notice that in most of the scenes in which the brother is talking about, these were the scenes when, and I've never seen this before. Let me let this roll.
Bitch when you go to a Michael Jackson movie and you see fans legitimately welled up with so much emotion and energy, what Michael invoked out of people and brought out of people, and then be annoyed by it, because that right there is 2 hours of people just vibing together. And
as you see right there, the closing credits, bruh, you thought it was a cabaret. You would have thought that they gave us tickets to a Mike concert in the closing credits. When y'all saw me dancing, that was the closing credits. They turned the lights on, still dancing, still having a good time. Since the guy is half Colombian, shout out to his nephew, all the movie theaters packed, starting from 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all night long. I know it's packed tonight. You can get a seat for the weekend. You can forget about that. Michael, the man, the entertainer, the father, had an impact on the world that no matter how many records Drake sells, Prince, that was my dude, Snoop Dogg and other individuals sell, no matter how much money Elon Musk makes, no matter who becomes president and then the next president comes, Michael Jackson will go down in human history as the greatest entertainer of all times. And one of the reasons for that is Black fatherhood. If it were not for Black fatherhood, Michael Jackson would have been another very talented dude, probably still living in Gary, Indiana. Or maybe he would have been a man with a family. Or maybe he probably would have been a guy that did karaoke. You know, some guy that could sing good, but he did karaoke. Maybe he became a background singer for a famous performer. Maybe Michael Jackson would have just been a guy that fell on hard times and was singing in the park for change. None of those things happened. Why? Black fatherhood. Wasn't Black motherhood that did it. Black motherhood, she didn't get him a guitar. She didn't get Tito that guitar. The father had that guitar and gave it to Tito. Was it Catherine that said it's time for rehearsals? Oh, it wasn't? Was it Catherine that had them performing even when they had to go to school the next morning? Was it Catherine? And Catherine was a wonderful mother because she kept them stable as men. So we take nothing away from Catherine, but all of this that we see is a result of Black fatherhood.
And being together and loving something together without it being toxic or hateful. And it's so fucking pure. I absolutely adore it. It is so awesome seeing these theater reactions, man. I'm jealous. I'm so jealous. I hope my theater's like that when I go to see it. I really fucking do.
I didn't even think that I would react and respond the way that I did. I thought I was just going to go see a movie. Oh, wow. We've all seen the Jackson story over and over again. You know, if you're from the States, we've seen at least 3 or 4 versions of the Jacksons or Michael's story. So it's nothing new to us. But they were strategic with this particular one. Shout out to every person that was an actor. But they were strategic. I think I'll say this. I think they learned something from Prince's Purple Rain. The star of the movie wasn't Prince. I'll say this again. It wasn't Morris Day or Apollonia. The star of the movie was his music. So when you left the theater, you were able to get a hold of a Prince album, you could put in your mind, and I remember this, I could listen to my Prince cassette and think about different scenes in the movie. because Prince was not the star, it was his music. And somebody had enough sense not to focus on the negative aspects of what took place with Joe Jackson's parenting style, but focused on his parenting style that caused these men to be successful adults. The music. The music. See everybody waiting in line with your girl Andrea. We just got back from seeing the Michael Jackson movie, and I am telling you, it was excellent, excellent, excellent. We're here in Chippy Choppy Mall, had a great time. Andrea had fun. Let us see your shirt, Andrea. She got the Michael Jackson shorty shirt on.
Yeah, absolutely. And your boy, let me show you boy.
Yes, see your boy. Check it out. He all Michael Jackson ready. We had a great time. I'm telling you. The music was amazing.
Yeah.
Acting, man, you thought it was really Michael. Several times you thought it was Michael.
Yeah.
I like the fact that they also implemented a lot of stuff behind the scenes that you knew of, but you didn't know too much about. Like when he was in the hospital after the fire. I'm not gonna tell you about the whole movie. I'm just here to let you know that make sure you got your Michael Jackson t-shirts, make sure that you're ready to dance and maneuver and get your Michael Jackson on. I'm here to tell you, and you're gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
On today's episode of Real Dads Get Demonized. Okay, unpopular opinion. Joe Jackson, father of the Jackson 5, father of Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, millions and millions of records sold. Not a father of drug addicts, not a father of criminals, not a father of losers or any broke niggas. Not a father that was a deadbeat, not a father that wasn't active in his children's life, not a father that didn't protect and provide. Was a father that protected and provided and motivated his children to get out of their circumstances and make them monumental superstars. But why is it that when an active black father is actually in the building and it works, that people try to demonize him all the time? I mean, look at LeVar Ball. All LeVar Ball wanted to do was see his son reach the NBA, and y'all said he was crazy.
All my boys are millionaires.
Look at Deion Sanders just wanted his son to play football, and he tried to shit on
My
him.
3 favorite sons, my 3 favorite deals.
They've been shitting on poor Joe for forever. Some of y'all niggas needed ass whoopings. You wouldn't have a criminal record if your daddy whooped your ass. I'm so glad my daddy whooped my ass. Some of y'all needed discipline. Some of y'all needed a father. This is one thing I hate about the music industry. As soon as somebody actually makes it, everybody want to play victim all the goddamn time. You mean to tell me that this nigga can whoop your ass and make you a multi-millionaire from a broke nigga in Gary, Indiana? I want a Joe Jackson ass whooping. Joe, please come down from heaven and place your hands on me. I need me some money. We all need a Joe Jackson ass whooping. If that's what happens, every nigga that he whooped ass made him a millionaire. That nigga got the golden.
Single one of them. Black fatherhood made successes of every single one of those boys. Now, one of those boys died broke. Now, one of those boys died with incarceration, criminal record. Now, one of those boys died off with domestic violence cases, police is coming to their house. Now, one of those boys had police. We're talking about Gary, Indiana, guys. We're talking about a small steel town, not city, town. I've lived in GI. I know how small GI is. A small house. There was nowhere in the world that this man was supposed to give birth to billionaires and multimillionaires. These guys are still touring, still living off residuals. They got paid $10 million a piece in 1984 for that victory tour. Each one of them. $10 million in 1984? In 1984. Because of Black fatherhood. Nothing more. Nothing less. The one thing I can say, Catherine has never gone on record and said because it was because of my motherhood. I can easily give Catherine credit for that. She kept the love in the family, the peace and the stability in the family. She kept the family together, but she never took credit where credit was due. They tried to take his credit away a little bit in the movie with Nia Long. Didn't matter. Because in real life, we all know that it was Joe. It was all Joe. My brother say it's amazing. It amazes me how much credit the father doesn't receive after all the work he did with his kids. After all the work he did with his kids. That's the crazy part. And here's the part that I want you guys to see. Most importantly, outside of the money, outside of the notoriety and the fame, this man, Joe Jackson, also raised some good fathers. None of his kids have come on camera and said, none of his grandkids have come on camera and said, my daddy did this. My father Tito did that. My father Jermaine did this. Not one time. Not one of those kids have put out a tell-all book. Some of those kids have come out with their own albums. This man not only raised good performers, entertainers, and businessmen because they watched his business strategy, he also raised good fathers. And I'm going to end it with this before I go back to the video. A lot of people want to talk about Michael Jackson's shrewd business moves, how strategic he was, how he looked at things like it's just business. It's nothing personal. I want to be perfect. I want to be right. And I want the best. Where do we think he got that from? The white attorneys? No. His mother? No. Oh, it had to be his sisters, right? No. He got that perfectionist mindset on stage and that shrewd business side of him off stage from his daddy. Black fatherhood. Black fatherhood did it. If you sit back, you look at how Mike behaved when it came to business. Mike was nothing but a reflection of his father. When it came to when he wanted something perfect, he wanted he didn't want to hear nothing what nobody else had to say. Don't tell me you can't create this note. Don't tell me you can't create this sound. If I say I want the Beatles music, I want the Beatles music. If I say I want all of Eminem's tracks and I want to be able to, every time they play an Eminem song, I own all his tracks. I want them all. If you look at Michael Jackson's business moves, all you saw was Joe Jackson's thumbprints, fingerprints all over Michael Jackson's shrewd behavior as a businessman. That caused him to walk into the world of the few billionaires that we've had out there. Black fatherhood.
Bodies took shit. What y'all gonna say? Oh, he was trying to keep Michael from being a solo artist. Nah, he was just trying to make sure them niggas didn't go back to Gary, goddamn. He was trying to make sure the family stayed eating. Joe Jackson, you come whoop my ass anytime, brother. Shit, goddamn it. Maybe some of these big name sponsorships will start sponsoring my podcast. Joe Jackson whoop my ass. Maybe McDonald's will start sponsoring my podcast. Joe Jackson whoop my ass. Maybe Charlamagne invite me to his little podcast expo. Joe Jackson whoop my ass. Maybe DJ Blair to give me that damn interview you've been talking about forever. Joe Jackson whoop my ass. Maybe my life will be amazing and I'll be rich as fuck if Joe Jackson whoop my ass. Y'all niggas tripping. It's a black man that did not check out, had 18, 11 kids, and made sure all them niggas ate. When he was broke, when they was rich, when they was up, when they was down, I think he deserves a little bit more respect. Everybody just want to paint that nigga to be the bad guy because he died. I don't know about y'all, but I know it's a lot of brothers that wish they had a Joe Jackson as a father. Wish they had a man that saw their dreams and actually pushed them, motivated them, and supported them to become as great as they could. Because I tell y'all this, y'all got all that shit to say about Joe, but without Joe, there ain't no Michael, there ain't no Janet, there ain't no Control, there ain't no Remember the Time, there ain't no Beat It, no Thriller, or no motherfucking hee. So salute.
None of that. He's absolutely correct.
To Joe Jackson, first person in entertainment history to put belt to ass. And he BTA'd them niggas all the way to the Grammys. Argue in the comments. That ugly money. Y'all go check out that Michael movie though. Heard it's dope. I am showing y'all that I'm getting rich off of social media with an hour a day, and y'all ain't DM # content yet and join this course. I am showing y'all how you can actually run up a bag without that job, and y'all ain't DM # content yet. Y'all niggas don't want to win. You want to stay broke. You want to stay mediocre. You want to stay average. You don't want to drive and fly. You don't want to. You don't want to. You want to. Y'all Greyhound niggas got my deal. Because if a dub don't keep you from running it up, you're going to be broke forever. You don't deserve to have no paper. You don't deserve to have no motion. You don't deserve to have... You deserve to be exactly where you at your homeboy, your mama house, on the couch. If a dub stop you from going up, then goddammit, you don't deserve it.
Something like Joe Jackson, Matthew Knowles, they put their kids through years of training.
Now they whooped their kids' ass. They ain't over the years.
Well, that girl need ass whooping. Call Pete back.
Joe Jackson, come on now. He beat the shit out of them boy.
And we got some of the best music ever. See, he sacrificed himself for us. That's what Mike did. So if they say, do you want John Mama beat shit out of him and we get some good quality, I would say beat his ass.
You bring the best out of him.
Bring the best. You know, Marvin Gaye always said, you can make your best songs.
You know what? Hey, parents should do that for real these days.
Yeah, man.
They try talking to the kids.
Oh,
they try being.
I can't talk to kids.
Whoop their kids' ass. I guarantee you get the next Michael Jordan. Whoop their ass.
Shout out to Fisher Kobe. He said, hey, I'm interested in Joe's background. I know Joe at one point in time was in a group and he was an entertainer. I didn't know that. So it didn't just come from out of nowhere. Shout out to my brother Black Nubian in the building also.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
Some Canadian brothers. Appreciate you guys being here.
This is biblical.
Without Joe Jackson, there's no Michael Jackson. Talent is one thing. Many a great talents have never realized their full talent. We've seen it in sports so many times. Supremely talented people. But without the drive, the push, the desire, the effort, they were unable to fully realize their true talents. You can say anything you want about Joe Jackson, how evil he was, how horrible he was, what he did to Michael Jackson. He was a black man, raising a black family, with certain values, and he demanded excellence. I'm from a Nigerian family, black Nigerian family. If I had bad grades, I was beaten. For black people, whether you're black in America, in Europe, in Africa, that's just how we were disciplined. That's just how we were raised. If you misbehaved, you got beaten. Without Joe Jackson's way of disciplining and raising his kids, Michael Jackson, who always strived for excellence, would not have come to be.
Michael said in a recent interview that he was frightened of you. He says that he was so frightened of you sometimes that he would be sick. Is that true?
Well, I just knew about that when I heard him mention that on TV on the Oprah Winfrey Show.
One thing I can say, and I said this to Andre, and maybe some of you guys can attest to this. As much as we love Michael Jackson, Michael wanted to be liked so much. Michael was here's the problem with Michael Jackson's personality. He was a nice guy and a kind guy. People love kind people. People love kind people. Men love kind people. Women love, kids love, everybody love a kind dude. Nobody likes a nice guy. Nice guys want everybody to like them. That was Michael Jackson's biggest flaw in my eyes for years. Let me be honest. Mike lied a lot. Mike lied a lot. He was an exaggerator. He would exaggerate and then not realize it's going to come back on him. I give you a perfect example before we go on. I won't do a bunch of them, but I know quite a few. He literally, when Oprah Winfrey asked him, do you have a girlfriend? Yeah. Who is she? Brooke Shields. Brooke Shields says, I'm literally in New York. I'm watching the interview with the rest of y'all. She said, I ain't talked to Mike in over a year plus. I got a boyfriend here in New York. I don't know what the hell Mike talking about. I am not his woman. Several times I've come across situations where Mike lied or he would exaggerate. Why? Because Mike wanted everybody to like him. So he tried his best not to feel out of place or not feel awkward or feel isolated because he was Michael Jackson. So he would try to make himself relatable in certain things. Yes, my father would whoop my ass until I threw up. I'm gonna tell you something. I got ass whoopers my whole life. I got partners that have had their ass whooped. My sister, a lot of females, ain't none of us threw up. Ain't none of us got no throw up stories. None of us. I don't know one person that said, oh, my mom was whooping me so bad, I just started throwing up all over the bed. It was all up under the bed. It was next to the bed. I threw up on my clothes in the closet. None of us. And I bet you when Joe was whooping that boy, wasn't no throw up. I have throughout Michael Jackson's career found him to be a liar in a few instances. I love him as an entertainer, philanthropist, artist, actor. But his flaw wasn't his kindness. It was his niceness. And nice people always want everybody to accept them. I'm not nice. I don't give a dang if everybody don't like me. I'm a man. I wasn't built for everybody to like me. I'm gonna say this again. Michael never realized that being a man, being a father, everybody ain't gonna like you. Your kids ain't gonna always like you. Remember Denzel in the movie Fences when he was standing there with his son? He said, why do you think I feed you? Why I put clothes on your back and a roof over your head? Because you love me. Boy, that ain't got nothing to do with it. Denzel told him, boy, love ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm your father. It's my responsibility to take care of you. I don't do this because I like you. I do this because or love you. It's my responsibility to be there for you. A lot of times when it comes to being a black father, people expect you to be nice. My job as a father is to be kind in many areas. But I will never be nice. I don't care if Andre gets mad. I don't care if the kids get mad. But I bet you, once my kids grow up, perfect example. Let's use me as an example. I was a stepdad for 14 years, right? Kids met me, stepdaughter was 11, stepson was 4. I wasn't liked. I was loved a little bit. I wasn't liked. They liked and loved their biological father. I don't blame them. I was a cross between James Evans and Heathcliff Huxtable. I'm going to either threaten you or I'm going to lecture you. You going to get one or the other. And if I got to use the belt, which was only 3 times in their lives, once with my stepdaughter, twice with my stepson, I ain't had no problem using it. Raised them for 14 years as a man that didn't care about being liked. You guys have heard me say this. My stepdaughter went to college, got her bachelor's degree, started her own business. married her high school sweetheart. First guy that she was with, that was the guy she married. She even came to me and talked about it before she was even intimate. She wanted to make sure, okay, am I doing this right? Do I need to bring my own protection, or should I? She was 19. I was like, here's what you do. She didn't tell her mama, because her mama would be panicking, like, oh my God, my baby about to give up her virginity. But she came to the man that wasn't the most liked when she needed advice. She called me. Her mama was loved. Her mama was liked. I was loved a little bit, but I didn't care about being liked. Stepson, no issues, no problems with the police. He went to Bethune-Cookman College in Daytona Beach, Florida. After that, got him a job up north with GM. All he does is stacks his money. That's it. I don't know what it's like to have kids that's baby mamas and baby daddies. When my stepdaughter had her kids, she was married. Stepson ain't got no kids. I've been taught him how to wrap it up. What's my point? As a Black father, it ain't my job to worry if somebody like me. My job is to raise the next generation of positive, good folks, and being good Black fathers and mothers. That was my job. Once their mother and I divorced, I still felt like mission accomplished. Guess who gives me a Father's Day gift every year? Every year. Or at least a celebration. Father's Day come, I get a gift or a celebration for what I put in. My ex-wife? No. The kids? No. When the kids come as a package, the kids leave as a package. You know who gives me a gift every year for being a good stepdad? Andrea. Andrea gives me a gift every year, or fix a nice meal or does something on Father's Day to let me know she's at peace with, when we have children, what type of man I am, or what type of Black father I'll be to our future children. Every year. So just in case you guys are wondering, that's another reason why I sit my butt down somewhere. That's why I'm not in them streets with my wife. But yeah. And a lot of you guys are like me. You realize that being a dad, you're not going to be liked all the time. That's not your job. Mom is going to be loved unconditionally. Mom has to really do something to get herself in trouble. Mom has to really do something crazy to get herself in trouble with the kids. Not dad. All dad's got to do is raise his voice, and some of everybody doesn't like dad. But that's not your job to care about it. It's your job to see the fruit of your labor, Dad. And that's what Joe Jackson did. He didn't care who liked him. He didn't care about if his wife liked him or loved him. He didn't care if his kids liked to love him. Joe Jackson said, I've got one goal and one goal only, the family. Andrea's dad, shout out to Orlando, strong personality, about 5'8". But this dude got a strong personality. He's the old dude that walks down the streets and the drug dealers and the gang leaders move out the way. He's old school Colombia. True ornery like a bull. But if he on your team, he is on your team. He's more like a James Evans than a Heathcliff Huxtable. Out of all these kids in Colombia that have gone, and these women and men that have grown up and gone into pay for play, the streets, the gangs, the drugs, scammers, all the young women that's walk around Colombia that's thrown their body from man to man to man to man, all the dudes in Colombia that got a baby mama here and a baby mama there. It could have easily happened to his kids. Orlando raised 2 young people that got their bachelors. It's hard enough to pay for 1 bachelor's degree in Colombia. There ain't no scholarships, ain't no Pell Grants, ain't no FAFSA. You got to come out of your pocket to send 1 to college. This man and Andre's mom have been able to send 2 to get a bachelor's degree. No kids outside of wedlock. No domestic violence issues. Nobody on drugs. Her brother ain't never smoked weed before. Andre ain't never smoked weed before. Her brother don't smoke cigarettes, but ain't never smoked a cigarette before. Andre ain't never smoked a cigarette before. In a world of Colombia, and we know how chaotic and crazy Colombia is, this man used the tool of fatherhood, didn't care who liked him. But his daughter got married at 23. To where the next Colombian dude daughter is in the streets of Cartagena or in the streets of Medellin. His son ain't got no baby daddy, no baby kids running around. He's only been in 1 solid relationship. And if you want to mess with a chick, you mess with it. If he don't, Andre's brother Camilo, cool. He laid back. Let me focus on my money. Just bought his first car a couple weeks ago. All that came from fatherhood. Fatherhood is needed around the world. There is such a vacancy for good dads. Not soft dads, not nice dads, but good dads globally. You guys are wanted more than you realize. You are in high demand. You are in more of a demand than good men. I'll say that one again. Good, stable, strong fatherhood is in more of a demand globally than good men for husbands are in demand. You can find a good man everywhere, but it ain't that many available good fathers. So all you men out there that are good dads, salute to you, man. Because you are a rare breed. And that's why so many women want not just good men, but men that can be good fathers, that can raise women and men to be good parents of the next for the next generation. Just want to let you guys know that, man. Because there are so many that are out there that are looking for a good man that's going to be a good co-parent. And there are so many individuals that are passport bros, blue book gentlemen, passport kings, passport cartel, black expat men that are traveling, and a lot of them are now having children. And I've been saying this the past couple of years. Be ready for the first generation of men that are having children outside of the United States. This is going to be a new demographic for many of us to be involved in. and you are in demand. So don't take that for granted. Do not take that for granted.
I didn't know anything about him being sick, but regurgitating. But if he did regurgitate it, he regurgitated all the way to the bank.
Joe said, I don't know nothing about him regurgitating, throwing up, Earling, none of that. He said, but if he did throw up, he threw up all the way to the bank. He threw up all the way to the bank. Let's put it like this, even more. The years that Michael Jackson had money was a lot longer than the years Michael Jackson was putting up with ass whoopings. Your daddy whooping your ass from the age of 6 to maybe 13, 14, right? Let's even put it to 16, which we know that ain't the norm, but let's say 16. That's 10 years of ass whoopings, right? How many years was Michael in money? That family was into money? Was it more than, has it been more than 10 years that the Jacksons have had money? So 10 years of ass whoopings equated to almost 40 years. Hey, sexy, looking all delicious. Thank you, baby. Almost 40 years of financial stabilities as multimillionaires. Yeah, I'll take those 10 years of ass whoopings as well. Yeah, I would let Joe, yeah. If I was a kid standing in line and they had adoption papers to go into the Jackson family, yeah, I'd have been the son with the bongos. I'd have been playing the bongos or something. Maracas. I've been playing something. I'd have had me something I was playing in the Jackson family. You'd have saw me the adopted Jackson. Andre Jackson, the adopted Jackson. I'm sitting up there playing the triangle. Ding, 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 ding. Andre, you ain't get it right. Ding, 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 ding. I don't know. Maybe a white one. Maybe just a white button. Yeah, like that one right there. Yep. You talking about for church in the morning? Yeah, that's it. How's everybody doing? Okay, cool. Yeah, man. I'd have been a triangle playing Andre Jackson for real. I'd have had my own album. You know what I'm saying? I'd have had the triangle version of Thriller. Cause it's a thriller, pink thriller night. I kid you not. You know it's Thriller, pink thriller night. Shout out to my man Jay Casey in the building. I kid. Them adoption papers right there. I missed the super chat. Let me go back up. Thank you very much, brother. Oh, I did. Shout out to Dave. Dave said this. Glad to see you here, David. He said, did I miss you, Dave? I thought he said, oh, yeah. I read it on there, but I didn't bring it over here. He said, let's be honest. He said, I would have never used skin color as a talking point, but I truly believe that Black fathers are the most important. We're going to talk about the difference tonight on this live stream. He said, worldwide, there is a reason why ladies overseas want to start families with us, quality Black men. There is a reason. He's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Shout out to you, Dave, with the $20 love. Absolutely correct. Let's go back to the video.
What do you mean?
I mean, by me being strict with him a little bit and it made him a superstar.
You too hard on them. You too hard on all of them. And I'm telling you what I know. It's gonna drive them away.
What do you want, Katie? You want them working in some steel mill for the rest of their lives? Or you want them out on some street corner, using dope? Or out there getting in trouble with some gang? Is that what you want?
You know I don't. But I don't want to see them get whooped either.
Yeah, well, that's the only way that I know how. That's how my father raised me. That's how every man out in the street handles their kids. Kids gotta be strong, Katie. That's the world we live in.
So I say this. One of the most problematic things for a male, just a male raising a male, is his mama. Because mothers don't see the future. If dad don't whoop his ass, the streets will. That's why a lot of times you have young black men getting their behind whooped by life because mom didn't want to whoop his ass in life. Mom didn't want dad to touch that boy. Mom wasn't going to spank him. So the next 40 years of his life is whooping that man's ass to where he's ready to jump off a bridge. And it all stemmed from his mama. And that goes for many of us. Many of us, either mom went overboard with the ass whoopings, or mom just didn't allow nobody to touch her baby boy. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna touch my baby. Ain't nobody. Ladies, I'm gonna tell y'all something now. If you do not allow discipline, like the Bible said, spare the rod, you will spoil that child. If you do not allow some form of punishment, it doesn't have to be corporal punishment all the time, but it could be another form of punishment. Don't worry. I promise you, as a man, life will punish him for you. There are very few men, ladies, that ever grow without having to have some form of discipline. Very few men grow up and be successful and can say, I didn't need to have any discipline. I was successful and nobody had to correct me. I wasn't put on punishment. I never got any lectures. Nobody spanked me. They didn't take away my cell phone or whatever it was that I enjoyed. They didn't have me turn the TV off early. I was able to be a productive citizen on my own, no discipline involved. That's not even biblical. But I don't know what it is about you ladies that assume that if you just wish hard enough on a star like Geppetto, your wooden boy will become a real man. Pinocchio still stayed Pinocchio. And life was whooping up on him even as a wooden toy. What's my point, ladies? My point is this. You need to allow that man, that young man in your life, to be around masculine black male energy. Football coaches, YMCA, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, 100 Black Men volunteer programs, Boys and Girls Clubs, youth golf programs, youth soccer. It doesn't matter if that boy wants to go fishing with his granddaddy or his uncles. You do not and cannot afford the time to not let that boy be around his daddy or other masculine role models. If you don't do it at an early age, don't worry about correcting him at a later age. Because these young boys these days, they don't care anything about smacking their dad around, their sisters around, or you ladies. This is a whole new breed of youth if you let them run rampant. You let these young men run rampant you want to, he does not have a problem with balling up his fist and laying across your jaw. We see it on social media all the time where young men who were raised by women in an environment of emotions learn not to control their emotions. And now they're taking it out on their mothers, their brothers, and their sisters. So ladies, you got a choice. You can keep him from being disciplined now, or let the police and society click-clack discipline him later. Because I'm going to tell you something. If your son run up in my house while my wife is there, you ain't got to worry about your son running back out my house. And you ain't got to worry about me calling no police. I'm calling the morgue. They coming to get that body. You better believe that one, ladies. There are men such as myself that will not let your son run up in our house and destroy what we got going on. I'm telling you that now, ladies. So you better go ahead. Allow discipline in that boy's life. Put him around some positive male black role models. Because if you don't worry about it. As soon as he put his foot in my windowsill, as if he's trying to break in my house, I'm gonna let him in. Oh, ain't gonna be no police calling, ladies. I'm letting your son in my house. And as soon as he get in, he gonna know what house he just ran up into. He gonna know what house he ran up into. And you know the last thing he gonna say before I put two more of them hot balls in him? Because I'm gonna put 2 up in his skull. I'm gonna tell you that now. But you know the last words he gonna say before he end up on the other side of Saturn? Mama. That's the last words your son gonna say if he ever end up in my house, in a lot of the houses of black fathers that are trying to raise good black children and be responsible, and black mothers that are trying to raise good, responsible black children. Us responsible people are not responsible because you decided to be irresponsible. I'll say that again. I'll say that to you fathers too. All you irresponsible fathers that sat up there and had birth, and you know that boy has been trying to catch up with you and you don't want to spend no time with him, don't worry about it. I'll catch up with him. I promise you that. You ain't never got to worry about me calling the police on your son. The fire department to come identify your son's body, yeah. The local police, you ain't never got to worry about that. I ain't built like that. Your son will end up in the dumpster behind my house. That's me. I'm Eastside Detroit. I kid you not. I am not about to sit up here and let your son just get arrested just to go to jail. Oh no. The best thing that will ever happen to your son if he come on my property trying to attack or rob my family is the police. That's the best thing. I don't want that to happen. I am not. You talk about the demise of another young black male. If you don't want the black male to be demised, ma'am, sir, then you need to raise your children with discipline and focus. Because that's what Joe Jackson did. Nobody could ever say out of those 11 kids, yay 12, that any of Joe Jackson kids were known for breaking in somebody's houses, slapping around somebody's daughter. There's no domestic violence records against any of the Jackson boys. None of the Jackson girls that got slapped around. Janet, Rebe, none of them. Why? Black male fatherhood. That man said, I can discipline my kids, but I bet you I won't let the world do it. And I'm the same way. Once Andre and I have children, we will discipline our children, but I bet you our children won't go out into this world and the world will discipline our children. Bet that. Bet that. Let's get back to the video. Let's get back to the video.
Oh, Kitty, I got a fishing kitty. I want to get my kids out of here. I'm gonna get them out of Gary, out of those steel mills. I'm gonna make that happen.
Let me read a quote that Michael said. He said, I thought this was interesting. He said, talent is something God gives to a performer, but my father taught us how to cultivate it. I thought that was a nice thing he said.
Where'd you get that from? That's the first time I heard of that.
That's the first you heard it?
Yeah.
That's out of his book. That's out of his autobiography.
Well, I did taught them a lot of things, you know. When they walked out on that stage, they were ready for, out there for anything. I believed in, if you have those kids, you would stay with them and raise them, you know. Like some of the people in those days, or some of the guys in those days, they had one baby, and then they would run off. I couldn't do that. If you have them, you work for them, bring them up the right way, and then that's it. I was taught to stay with the family and be a father to the family.
This young lady right here was Joe Jackson's side chick. She was the side chick. She had a child. This was in the 70s. This wasn't in the 80s. This was in the 70s. There's a lot of footage that's out there of her and Joe. It's not hidden. It's not a secret situation. Catherine knew about it, but the family kept it quiet. And remember, Joe just said, if you have the child, you don't abandon your children. Let's go back.
In those days, they had one baby, and then they would run off.
Like you said, there are so many men that just have one child and they will run off. He said, I have all these kids. Shout out to you, Two Business a Habit. And I'm not running off. He said, I was raised, you don't run off from your family.
I couldn't do that. If you have them, you work for them, bring them up the right way, and then that's it. I was taught to stay with the family and be a father to the family.
This right here is the daughter he had in the 70s with the side chick. Joe never abandoned her. Some of the children accepted her as a sister, some didn't. But he never abandoned her. Until the day he died, he never disowned his daughter. Joe had 12 kids, while Catherine had 11.
I wanna see you again. I think
Not much of a contest.
Second ain't so bad. It's better than losing.
Second is losing. There's only one winner. First.
Coleman, you play Joe Jackson. And for folks who are familiar with the Jackson family dynamic, Joe, complicated character, to say the least.
Yeah, well, he's a father. He's a father, and I feel like I took the lens of...
This brother is next in line to blow up among black actors. Y'all watch out for this dude. He's been in a few good movies, but I think he about to take it to another level because the way that he played Joe Jackson was crazy, man.
Like really looking at Joe, examining him from the point of view of being a father, a blue-collar father at a certain time in America when all he had was to give himself to his family to make sure they succeeded. And so, you know, it was rigor, work ethic, and discipline. And discipline. But also, the beautiful thing is, you know, there was an interview that Jackie just did the other day, just explained that his father was really helped them and guided them to be the performers that they were. They wanted to be performers. And so, and Joe really, he saw what his children were.
Hey, if that's the words of Joe Jackson, what is wrong with Joe Jackson? Joe Jackson was just being a dad.
especially and that was in what, the 60s and stuff, man. If y'all don't stop it, acting like Joe Jackson. I mean, he was tripping, he was on one, but that's what daddies do. They be on one if they serious about getting the best out of their kids. He pushed the line. I ain't got nothing against Joe Jackson, man. Like, Joe Jackson did shit that I did. You know what I'm saying? You make sure the kids doing what they supposed to do. You know, that's what you're supposed to do. You be active.
It's hard out here in these streets, but they're attacking black fathers now. They are. Look what they did to my boy Deion Sanders. All he tried to do is get his son a better draft choice. They got so motherfucking mad that what they do, drop that boy all the way down. He was waiting so long to get drafted, nigga, they drafted me first. But the one that broke my heart more than anything, LeBron James. People talking shit, especially in our own community. Only reason Bronny is on the Lakers is because who his father is. You goddamn right. That shows you what type of father he is and also how great of a player he is. He got him on the Lakers, one of the most historic fucking franchise out. Ain't like he got him on the Pelicans. Nigga, that's a cheat.
You know what the sad part about the scenario is? This is the sad part about LeBron and Bronny's when he came into the league. White men have been doing this for years, opening up doors for their sons and daughters. Nobody says nothing. Whether it be Archie Manning was a trash quarterback for New Orleans. They kept him for years. Archie Manning was not a good quarterback. He was a decent quarterback, but the Saints, if you go, come on guys, all you guys that's old enough to remember Archie Manning in the 80s for New Orleans Saints, he was trash. And in the late 70s. I think it was in the 80s though. On YouTube and have it said 1000% correct. But Dad used his NFL ability to groom them, let them know what the NFL expected. Had 3 sons. 2 of them became quarterbacks. Won the Super Bowl. It looks like both of those are going to end up eventually in the Hall of Fame. From a dad that used his abilities and his connections. Arch Manning will be coming out next year into the draft. A lot of people can't wait for Arch Manning to come. White men have been using their connections for their kids for years. Ain't nobody said nothing. The moment that Deion does it, the moment that LeBron does it, the number one people that complained about it and mocked it was the black community. You know why? Because the black community aren't used to seeing family legacy built by way of connections and opportunities. Most of us, you see your father was a businessman. You decide to become a drummer. Your son decides to become a mailman. And your other great-grandson decides to become a politician. No straight lines. So we're not used to seeing just, if my dad was in the military, his dad was in the military, my granddad, and we aren't used to seeing that on a regular basis in the black community. In some cases, yes. In most cases, no. My dad was a teacher. My grandfather was a teacher. I became a teacher, and I'm a school principal. I'm grooming my son to be a teacher. My father was a doctor. My grandfather was a doctor, and I'm grooming my son to be a doctor as well. That's not the norm in our community. Sometimes, yes. Most of the time, no. But in the white, in the Latin communities, in the Asian communities, connections are made not only for their generation, but they need those connections for the next generation. Dad was a businessman in real estate, aka Donald Trump. Was not his father in real estate and investments? Did not Trump go off into real estate and investments? Even though he filed bankruptcy several times over, he still used his father's example, connections to open up doors to become the man that he is today. Are not Trump's sons and daughters in real estate? Once again, when we see it in the Black community as a norm, it looks awkward. It looks strange for us. See, we talk a good legacy talk in the Black community. I noticed that. We talk a really good talk in the Black community. But when it came to LeBron and Bronny, and LeBron opening up doors for legacy, we mock it. When it comes to Deion Sanders and his sons, we mock it. When it comes to Joe Jackson and his sons, we mock it. When it comes to Martin Luther King Sr. grooming Martin Luther King Jr. to be a pastor like he was, we mock it. We're not used to seeing it in our Black community. And this is another reason why we need Black fatherhood to once again flourish, but not just in the United States, on a global basis. I'm gonna say this again, not just in Canada, not just in UK, not just on the continent of Africa. All of us brothers that are traveling to other countries, you're living in Italy, you're living in Spain, you're living in Brazil, Colombia, Philippines. When you got kids, your responsibility is to allow the Black fatherhood to flourish through your children in the Philippines, in Thailand, in Colombia, in Panama. It's not about our generation only, gentlemen. It's not about the, hey, I got my passport, I moved outside the United States, I'm in Brazil right now, I'm living the life of Riley. My life is great, the life of luxury. I'm going to the beach every day. That's a part of why we leave. But for many of us, we understand about lineage. Remember, over 50% of us in the United States don't even have kids. So that means that most of us that are leaving with passports, you ain't got no kids back in the States. Some of us do, but statistically, most of us don't. I've heard Black women say, Black men are getting their passports and just leaving their kids. No, we ain't got no kids, boo. We ain't got no kids. And the ones that do got kids, them kids grown. They grown. They grown. Ladies, they're leaving adult children, not toddlers. And most Black men ain't got no kids. So, in other words, a lot of these brothers are going to be having their first child in other countries. And I'm seeing it picking up. And I've got so many dudes that were living the single life like they were Cameo. Thank you, babe. Back in the day, they were living the single life. Now, they're dads. Now they're dads.
And if you think that shit's easy, I'll tell you right now, motherfucker, go home and go to your job and see what they hire your fucking son. Your supervisor look you in the face, nigga, we don't even want you.
I want to know, what is the biggest myth that society has about Black fathers that we're sick and tired of, that you want to address and be able to let know that it is the biggest myth ever about Black fathers?
That we ain't there.
I'm about to say,
I'm definitely
say
that.
we deadbeats.
No, we might not be there. We be across the street, grandma house somewhere. Like
We down the street.
Might not be in the house. Fact of the matter is, studies show that black fathers are the most present in their kids' lives.
Really?
Amongst all demographics.
Wow.
On top of that, single fathers have a higher graduation rate and lower incarceration rate than single moms and dual family households combined. That is a fact.
They ain't gonna like that.
So if you were raised in a house, so you know.
So then with those stats really being relevant now, where is this myth still continuing to come from, you think?
Narratives. Think about it, right? We all watch TV.
Right.
Everything that we consume comes from either through a phone, TV, or film, right? There are people who have agendas, right? And part of that agenda is creating a separation between men and women in our communities. It's always been that way. It is a fact. We can't act like it's not the case. It is the case. The easiest way to disturb the distribution of black wealth from generation to generation is to eliminate the nuclear family. How do you eliminate the nuclear family? You take the father out the home.
Before they go any further, you do know this is one of the reasons why it is so easy for a black mother to take the children away from the father. They've never experienced this before. They've never experienced this, what we're looking at before. It's easy when we lay down with women that don't have fathers. And that's why I said, when you go to other countries, you better start vetting these women. You may not have vetted them while you were in the UK. You may not have vetted them while you were in Australia. You may not have vetted them back in Canada or the United States. But when you go to other countries, you better vet these women and see what type of family they're coming from. I keep trying to let you brothers know, one of the number one things that you want to look for when you're vetting for a woman in another country, it's all in the family. I don't care what my wife says when I first met her. Let me see the family. All your answers that you need answered to see what type of woman you got is all in the family. I got a chapter like that in my book, The 44 Laws of Travel. One of the chapters is it's all in the family. I didn't say part of it. Everything that you want to know about your woman, it is all in her family. Do you think she's the only pay for play in her family? You think she's the only scammer in her family? The only hustler in her family? For all you dudes that got some sense, do you think she's the only one that got a degree in her family? The only one that owns some property in her family? Do you think that she's the only one that has a mother and a father in her family? No, it's all in the family. Everybody in Andre's family got property. It's all in the family. These people are married. I mean, all in the family. It's all there. These people are giving. They are not a type of family that's hey, Andre American, let's get this from him and that from him. They're like, let's make sure this is comfortable for Andre. And I'm talking about on both sides of the family. It's all in the family. Every kind thing that Andrea has ever done in this marriage, I've seen her other family members do either for their husbands or the husbands have done for the wives. It's all in the family. If you don't talk to your woman at all the day you see her family, look at them. Now, no family is perfect. I'm not saying that. Because families are made of humans and humans aren't perfect, right? We've all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. But I'm telling you, your initial surface understanding of your woman, I promise you, you ain't got to pretend like you don't understand her. You ain't got to pretend like red flags. Is that a red flag or not? Bro, when you meet her family, you will know. If it's a bunch of kids running around and ain't no fathers, it's in the family. If the mom and the dad never got married, it's in the family. They ain't the only one. That's what my point is. That's why it's all in the family, because it's not just one person. You're not just gonna find that one uncle that's crazy. No, you're gonna find a few people in that family that's not stable. If you find one educated person in that family, you're gonna find a few educated and focused. If you find one good woman in that family, you're gonna see a few good women. Grandmama was a good woman. The aunties are really nice, really great women. Oh, you see where your girl get her fashion from, her style from, her sense of humor from. It's all in the family. I don't give a dang about what no woman. If I'm going to be serious about a Colombiana, a Brazilian, a woman in the Philippines, a woman in time, I'm not talking about the girls that you just partying with. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about you met somebody and you really want to be serious about that person. I'm here to tell you, my brothers, it is all in the family. I don't care how your girl dress. I don't care how she looks. I don't care how she behaves. Any behavior that you see, positive or negative, I bet is running rampant in her family. And I can see Andrea's demeanor, Andrea's helpfulness, Andrea's kindness, Andrea's loyalty to her husband, because that's all she's been around her whole life. A whole family on both sides full of husbands and wives on both sides. Andrea was raised around till death do you part. She's seen wives, meaning aunts of hers, pass on while the husband is still alive. She's seen cousins of hers that were, one of her cousins was one of her closest friends, married to an older man. But she died first. He's still alive. Their daughter is still alive. That's why Andrea, you know why I treat Andrea the way that I do? Because Andrea already knows there is no guarantee that Andre dies first. Why? Because she saw her closest cousin married to an older man in a happy relationship, had a child, and the younger person, the wife, died first. So Andrea doesn't walk around with a guarantee that because Andre is older, he'll pass on first. Statistically, yes, but that's no guarantee. And she saw that it's all in the family. Some of y'all don't want to let go of certain women because you want to ignore what you saw in the family. I don't ignore what I saw in Andrea's family because I saw positive, good things from everyday people in her family. Andrea's grandma is 96 years old. Granddad died almost 30 years ago. She's lost friends and family members along the way at 96. And she's feeling a little, her time is coming. Family is flying in this week from around the world. Now, her health is not bad for 96, but you can just tell that she's getting to that point where she's like, you know what, I'm ready to go. So I know if anything happens to me, that's what Andrea sees. When Andre gets to that age and that stage where it's time to go, she knows how to reach out to my family, and her family will come flying in from all over the place to check in on Andre. I don't care what woman y'all tell me about that y'all got in another country. I do not care. I don't care about, and I mean this. You can introduce me to the sweetest, nicest woman that you have ever met. I don't care. Show me her family. Unless it's an orphanage situation, or she just can't get to her family because she's been away from her family since she was 15 type of thing. Show me your family. And I'll show you what type of woman you got every time. Never fail. Guarantee. Guarantee. This is a guarantee. And there's very few things in life you can guarantee. I guarantee you, I could tell you everything about your woman in any country, not knowing the language, not knowing nothing. Show me the family. Show me the family. You let me see that family. I don't care if I meet her family for an hour. I don't care if it's 2 hours. I don't need no 10 days. I don't need no 15 days. I don't need to know their language. Show me the family. And I can tell you everything about your woman. Everything. And hit the nail on the head. And you've been with her for 3 years. And I can tell you everything. And I only been with her family an hour. When I say everything about your woman is in her family, everything. If her family is full of people that got divorced after 10 years, after 15 years, after 30 years, guess what she learned? Be with a man for 10 years, be with a man for 15 years, be with a man for 30 years, and then cut him off. So she might be sweet as bear meat right now. Why? She learned that from her family. She learned to be sweet and nice from her family for 10 years, for 15 years, for 20 years. But she also learned from her family to cut your tail off right after 10 years, right after 15 years, right after 20 years. Because that's how her family does it. In other words, once the kids are grown and the house has been paid off, she's been programmed in her country to leave you that now that all the bills have been paid that you've paid over the years. And some of you guys don't want to meet the family. You know why? Or she won't allow you to meet the family. You know why? Because the family will show you what type of woman you got. What type of woman you got. Shout out to you guys that are here. And a lot of times women leave their husbands, leave the baby daddy, and not let the children see their father because she never saw her father. How can a woman tell you about the value of a father's hugs if she's never had a father's hug? How can she tell you about the beauty of a man doing his daughter's hair, or at least trying, if she's never had a man trying to do her hair? One of my closest friends, my brother, Sean D. Upshaw, YouTube channel, This Could Get Ugly, right? This dude is a father. I mean, between his wife and himself, it's like 95% of the time his daughter was with him. He just posted his daughter right now is like 16, 17, right? Just posted a photo or video and photos of his daughter performing on stage, singing, beautiful voice, acting with all the other stage performers. And he's sitting there as a proud dad. I'm here to ask you, is this young lady going to be prepared to be around a man that supports her? Yes. Why? She got it from her daddy. And even if this young lady gets with somebody and it doesn't work out, do you think this young lady, when she gets an adult, knows the value of having the kids being able to see their dad? Yes. Why? My boy Sean. A lot of women are easy to cut a man off from his child because she was cut off from her daddy. She ain't never see her daddy hug her. She don't remember that. She don't remember her daddy holding her, feeding her. She don't remember that. She has no connections to the emotional, social, economic, and spiritual value of Black fatherhood. And that's why it's so easy for a lot of these women to cut off the baby father and statistically baby fathers, because over 50% of black women that have children have multiple baby fathers, over 50%. But let's go back to the video.
Yes.
So if
you're gonna try it, you're gonna bump your head. I'm gonna put a little ice on there, and I'm gonna tell you why this not gonna work. Right. And then I'm gonna show you what can work. Right. You ain't gotta manipulate me versus your mom or your mom versus me. That's to get what you need.
That's the part. I was a manipulative child.
You see what I'm saying?
So I'm talking about I used to get in trouble. My uncle Chunk had died. And to get out of trouble, they said like, "What's wrong with you acting out like my uncle?" I miss.
Before he goes any further, shout out to you, AMSM. Thank you for the reminder. He said, I disagree with you, Andre. My daughter's mom grew up in a 2-parent household, and she didn't cooperate with me to be involved in my daughter's life. And I can concur with that. Here's my response. She wasn't the first generation to carry that behavior trait of not caring. I'll say it again. Your child's mother was not the first person in that family to have that trait. Even though mom and dad was there, it was all in the family. I didn't say the initial family, gentlemen. Did I describe Andrea's initial family, or did I describe Andrea's whole family, both sides? Oh, I described Andrea's family, both sides. See, I don't look at mom and dad and say, that's how Andre is, mom and dad. Did I say that? No. I need to see behavior patterns of whole family. Now, I don't need to meet everybody like an interview, but it's gonna take me some time. I don't care. I'm coming to Thanksgiving dinner before I take you serious. I'm coming to a Christmas event before I take you serious. Oh, I will be there at your family's New Year's Eve celebration before I take you serious. Oh, somebody passed on in your family? I want to see how y'all handle funerals in this family before I take you serious. I am not just going to look at the fact that she has a mother and a father, and I made my final decision. On the contrary, it's all in the family. So you're correct. Just because they got the mama and they got the daddy doesn't mean they're going to be cooperative. Because I can look at the whole family and see how many are not cooperative, and I can say, I see where she got it from. Remember I just said about Andre and her family? Did I say her mother and father? No, I didn't. What did I say Andrea acts like? She acts like her family. All the positive things about Andrea, her family, the strong will that she has, her family. It's all in the family, not mom and dad. Some of you guys are making mistakes of just looking at mom and dad and maybe an auntie or maybe one uncle, and you think that I know her down pat. She act just like her mom. No. She really act like 3 of her cousins, her grandmama, and her granddaddy on her dad's side. That's who she really act like. And that's why things didn't work out, because her cousins are rebellious. Her grandmama on her daddy's side, her mama on her daddy's side is rebellious, and her grandfather on her mama's side are rebellious. These are rebellious spirits. She ain't the first one. But when I looked at mom and dad, I thought, yeah, they're a good couple. Okay, they're together. She must be a good person because she come from a family with a mom and a daddy. No. I ain't looking at no mom and daddy. They ain't looking at mom and dad alone. Like I said, I'm coming to the church picnic. I'm coming to the family reunion. I'm coming to Thanksgiving. I'm coming to the 4th of July barbecue. Don't worry about it, baby. I'll be there. I didn't ask you to come. You ain't got to ask me to come. I will be there. I am not taking any woman serious. Not one woman. Every woman that I have ever been serious about reflected her whole family. Anything I thought was a red flag was certified when I looked at the family. Anything I saw was a green flag was certified when I looked at the family. I have never had a woman that I decided to take serious that she was not a reflection of confirmation of her family. We are surprised when it don't work out and the person acts a fool. You ever notice that we surprised at their behavior, but the family isn't? That's just her. That's just how she is. You know why her family say that's how she is? Because there's other family members that's how they are. I'm gonna say that again. The reason why families are never flabbergasted at her behavior the way we are, because so many members of the family act like that. It's not just how she is, it's how they are. So if you want to go to any of these countries and be serious about a woman, you better look at all the family. Like I say, not all the members, but enough members to make you realize, should I take this person serious? Or maybe this is just a plaything and I shouldn't take her serious. I kid you not. Save you a world of headaches. Save you a world of headaches when you just be honest with yourself about the families. I've told y'all in the past, if Andrea came from a trash family, we wouldn't be together. Bruh, if Andrea came from a trash family, there was no way we would be together. No way. And she's sweet and she's kind and she's nice and she ain't mine. That's what would have happened. Just in case you guys ever wonder, if Andrea came from a trash family, she would not be with me. Let's continue on, gentlemen.
So I know how children play them games too. So it's like, you know.
You got how many kids?
The
man's still manipulating. That's what's going on. He's populating and manipulating.
I was down.
You have how many kids?
I got 10. So
you and your girl. I'm 10 kids.
Me and my girl. Come on, Kurt. Down by the riverside.
What that mean?
Lifestyle. Nah. My dad had a lot of kids. I got a lot of kids. So I had 7 kids by the time I was 22. And what happened?
Well, you don't miss, my boy. 22.
But I'm asking though. So you and your girl decided to have a lot of kids?
Girl, no, I got a lot of baby mamas.
Oh.
Did we not just say that the problem with the black community is men, these few men that are laying down with a lot of women? The man just said it. I got 7 kids before I was 22 years old. Let me give shout outs, official shout outs to my brother Abijah with the $5 love. Appreciate you, brother. Over on Cash App, shout out to my brother Will with the $5 love. Appreciate you being here, as well as my man Zay with the $10 love. Appreciate that, brother. Supporting black male media. And shout out to my brother Gary. GI, yes, sir. From Indiana, but from the Lafayette area, I-65. Shout out to you guys, Indiana I-65, cornfield areas. And thank you once again, my fellow Hoosiers, for allowing us to enjoy, us Raiders fan, to draft your quarterback. Yes, sir. I'm excited about the Raiders drafts this year. So this guy just admits, before he was the age of 22, he had a bunch of kids by a bunch of women. That's not the norm for most of us. Most of us do not have a bunch of kids, but that narrative is out there because of the guy that just was speaking. I'll say this again. In the black community, the false narrative that most black men have children, we know it's not true. Over 50% of black men under the age of 50 ain't got no kids. It's because these women are laying down with the exact same men. It makes it look like we must be in masses having children. No, ladies, you're just sharing the same dude and getting knocked up together by the same dudes. Some guys have 8 kids. Some guys got 7 kids. Some guys got 5 kids by 3 baby mamas, 4 baby mamas. You ladies are sharing. Over 50% of black women have multiple baby daddies. Just let that sink in for a second. My mama did. Some of you guys have talked about tonight. Your mother had multiple baby fathers for one reason or another. It's been a commonplace that women in our community have multiple parents to deal with, not black men. Black men have multiple children at a 30+% clip. I think it's either 32 or 35% of black fathers, not black men. Remember I say black men, 50% of us don't even have kids. But those that do have children, only 32% have multiple baby mamas. To whereas black women, almost at a 50 to 59% clip, have multiple baby daddies. Almost twice as much. And those are the facts.
Okay. The queen of the children, because they don't like when I say that.
Facts.
Okay.
Yeah, I stopped saying baby mama.
You gotta say queen of the children. I say queen of the children.
Now, was this by choice?
And because regardless if y'all got.
That's crazy. I just heard what he said.
Queen of the children. I say queen of the.
No. These are baby mamas. The black community is never going to grow up. Never. Not in my lifetime. I'll be gone and deceased by the time the black community grows up. You know what one of the signs of being an adult for men and women is? Being able to embrace certain truths. Being able to be honest with yourself and embrace certain truths of responsibility of life. That's a part of adulthood. No matter what age and what stage, no matter what race, color, or creed, no matter what country, it is what it is. What's the problem with our community as black people? That we refuse to just accept a truth that's in front of us and make changes. Here we go, instead of saying, yes, statistically, over 52 to 59% of black women that do have children have multiple baby mamas. I mean, multiple baby daddies. What do we do? Instead of calling them baby mamas or mothers of our children, here we go with the queen thing again. Queen of the children. Does that not sound like LGBTQ-ish? What's one of the nicknames of that LGBTQ uses for themselves? The children. What's another one? Queens. Put it together. Queen of the children. This lady's the queen of my children. No. These ladies are the queens of my, no. Until we stop lying to ourselves as a people, we're never going to get ahead. I've already come to peace. Black community, I'm going to tell you something. I love my community, love my culture, love my people. Really do. And I've come to an easy conclusion. It's going to get worse way before it gets better in our community. Y'all think it's bad now with these kids running the streets and deleting each other You think it's bad now when black love does not even exist? You think it's bad now when black men and black women are running around acting like they don't need each other anymore? Y'all think it's bad now? I will be dead and gone, and it's going to be worse. I do not expect it. And some of you guys that sit back and think, and I've asked some of you guys this question before. Do you think in your lifetime that the black community will get better in how we treat each other, the family dynamic, the economic dynamic, how we are seeing socially, and will we get back our moral currency? In the 60s and 70s and 50s and 40s, one of the reasons people were encouraged to support us during the civil rights movements, but because we had, or we carried ourselves with moral currency. We were respectful in how we dressed. We were respectful in how we treated each other. We were respectful how others saw us. We no longer have a credit card with moral currency. We've run that credit card out. People see black people now and they look at, and in many cases, I don't blame them. Not in all cases, but in many cases. Not in all cases. But as a mass, we've run our credit card to the max. So I ask you guys in the comments, and I want to hear what you guys have to say. Do you believe in your lifetime that things will get better for the black community? Not in my lifetime. I'm watching this slide down a slippery slope take place. No matter how much I volunteered, no matter how much I've donated, no matter how much I've given, no matter how much of an example myself and other brothers and sisters have tried to make, no matter how much we try to say there's a difference between those ninjas and us black people, it's still getting worse. Worse and worse and worse. And this is just the tip of the black iceberg. So I asked you guys, do you think in your lifetime, before you pass on, that it's going to get better? That you can shred your passport and the ladies that you want will be at home in your community? The type of children that you want, in the type of culture, in the type of community that you want is going to happen in your lifespan? I don't believe it at all. I don't care if you FBA it. I don't care if you ADOS it. I don't care if you create 19 different flags. I don't care if you Umgawa Black Power. I don't care if you got a dashiki on. I don't care if you go to other countries and try to emulate their version of blackness or they emulate our version of blackness. I don't think in my lifetime that it is going to get better. That may just be my hypothesis. May just be mine. But based on the data and the facts, and I don't care who you blame it on. You can blame it on slavery, post-slavery, current economic conditions, political interference, whatever you want to blame it on. That's not my question. My question is, will it get better in your lifetime? I didn't ask for you to hope that it gets better. I hope that it gets better. I'm asking you, do you believe that it will? This is a yes or no simple question. When I'm talking about the hope part, I hope and pray that it does too. But based off of current behavior patterns, we are falling dramatically in the field of education, in the field of business. People will sit back and say, yes, black people, black women are starting all these businesses. Yes, black women are starting, but many of them are failing. Just because you create an LLC, that does not make it a successful, thriving business. It just means that you went online, you registered a business, and now it's officially a LLC. That's all that is. That doesn't make it a business, a thriving business. 80+% of all businesses go out of business within the first 5 years, 3 to 5 years. So that bragging about we black women, we doing it. No, ladies, stop. You got all these degrees, yet you still don't make more money than men who don't have degrees. I'll say that again. Brag about your degrees, lady. Brag. And yet you still statistically don't make more money per person than a black man who doesn't have a degree. Those are just statistical facts, ladies. So I ask once again to you gentlemen and to the future viewers of this video, do you really sincerely think in your lifetime, without all this hope, just yes or no question, that things are going to get better in the black community? Let me read you guys' comments. I'm scrolling up. Let's go. Let's start. He said 90% of urban folks are cooked. Woo. Chris says, he said, not in my children. He said, not in my children's lifetime. Whew. He said, Dre, these black dudes are soft and punks. They can't accept they so-called queens aren't innocent. Heck yeah. He says, gonna get a lot worse. It's bad enough as it is. Absolutely. Or brother KP says, nope, it's not. And it's not like we're wishing evil and we're you know, because the power of words, it's not a power of words scenario. You know, you speaking something into existence. You using the power of words, talking down in your community. No, I'm not. Did not Jesus call the leaders of the Sanhedrin and the Sadducees, did he not call them vipers? He called them clean sepulchres, clean graves. Did not Jesus say they were clean on the outside, but on the inside they were full of spider webs and dead man's bones? What you gonna say, Jesus? He talking negative. Jesus is talking negative. No, Jesus knew the facts. He knew what was right in front of him. Jesus did not play stupid for anybody. Right in front of him, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, he told them, you guys have a log in your eye, but you're too busy trying to tell other people to take the gnat or the speck out of their own eye. Was he being hateful or spiteful, or was Jesus speaking negative? No. He was telling the facts. And the facts there is, you gentlemen are right. It's not getting better. We pray that it does. We hope and believe that it will. But I asked in our lifetimes, and it doesn't look that way. We don't know how to be low key. That's a good point. Zeta said this. He said, nope. He said, I'll be gone before that happens. T-Mac says this. He said, I can't answer for the entire community. I can. But I control how my family succeeds. I can answer for the entire community. You know why I can answer for the entire community? Because whether we want to accept it or not, even those of us that raise good people and are good people are impacted by the behavior of the ninjas. Are not black people tired of ninjas? So even us good black people that raise good families are being impacted and sometimes prejudge, not by our behavior, by the behavior of ninjas. So this impacts all of us. We may raise some great families, which is true. The few of us. But why is Medellin prejudging guys that may not even be a part of that paper play world. Why? Ninjas. Ninjas, and for the white dudes, the pervy white dudes. So even the decent white dude is being judged by the pervy white dude because the pervy white dude behavior. That's the part that I'm talking about. Is it going to get to a point where we decent brothers and sisters with decent children will not be judged by way of them ninjas? Because they don't put us on social media. Us decent people, they don't put decent black folks on social media on a daily basis. Who do you always see on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Thread, and all the other those? Kick. Who? Ninjas. Ninja women. We don't need no black man. Like, we got this. While they pat they weave. Ninja brothers with the lollipop in their hand and a pistol in the other one. And people judge us by it. And those people even break into our homes and break into our cars. So even though we bust our butt to create positive environments, here come them ninjas. They ain't breaking into white boy cars only. They breaking in our cars just as fast as they break it in the white boy and the Latin dude's car. They don't care. They ain't just breaking into the white dude's jewelry store or stealing the Asian dude's cell phones from his store. They breaking into our houses and our businesses. So even us productive brothers and sisters that are raising productive young men and women, it still impacts us. That's the sad part. That's the sad part about this whole thing. It's not just isolated to, well, hey, as long as I do my part, I'm good. I've been doing my part and I'm good. I can do the us four no more, you know. Us four no more. As long as my family good, us four no more, we good. But in reality, them ninjas outside the door, outside us our four walls, still somehow, some way keep stereotypes about the rest of us good dads, which I'm not a dad yet, but good men and you good dads, keep the stereotypes alive. That's the part that's not cool. Save yourself, black men. Create our own community. And I wish it was that simple. I wish it was so simple to where we could just isolate ourselves, you know, put the ninjas on an island and let them ninjas just destroy themselves with diabetes, bad food, and bad behavior. I swear, I wish we could just stick them on an island. But then you got us good black folks. Here's the funny part. In silence, or when we're by ourselves as black people, positive black people, we talk about how much we can't stand them ninjas. But then once we get in public around everybody else, we want to say, well, those are our people. Support our people. So black love, support the black community. Knowing behind the scenes, we can't stand them. A lot of y'all don't want to admit that you don't like ninjas' behavior, not the culture, not the person, but the behavior, just like the rest of America don't like ninja behavior. See, we'll come in public and we'll judge the white boy for not liking ninja behavior. We'll judge the Latin dude, the Asian dude, the white woman, the Middle Eastern woman for not liking ninja behavior. Not the black person, but the behavior. But then we will go in private and we will talk among ourselves about how much we can't stand them ninjas. Men and women, we talk about how much we can't stand this multiple baby daddy, multiple baby mama community, how much we can't stand these grifters and thieves how much we can't stand the women with the bonnet and the boys walking around with their pants sagging. We will say that in private and then be hypocrites in public and pretend like, well, there are people. The behavior is not our people. And people are tired of, other cultures are tired of, not of black people, but of ninjas' behavior. That's what makes us such hypocrites. We don't want to admit in public we are just as tired as the rest of America. We're just as tired. I don't know why y'all try to pretend like we aren't. I'm tired of you ninjas. I done got my vehicles that I work hard for. Move to communities of nice black people. Just for ninjas to come to my community in the dead of night to break into my car and at that time period, my truck. Police knocking on my door, true story. I've told this before. White cops all around to arrest a ninja from another part of Tampa who had come to break into this black man's vehicle in a black upper class community. So for all y'all that think that you're gonna build your own, huh? Let me give a shout out to you, gentlemen. Shout out to my man Tyler with the $15 love. Appreciate you. As well as my brother T-Mac with the $10 love. So just because we build an area, I promise you, by way of experience, ninjas will come and break in black people houses that live in nice communities where we got nice schools for our kids. Our kids can walk around safe, and we raise them with respect, and they have their spiritual, they can practice their Islam without being judged, their Buddhism, their Christianity. They can practice whatever they want to without being judged, and they can go to schools without feeling like somebody's gonna snatch them up. And ninjas will still come and break into our gated neighborhoods. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. We can't even build something that's black because ninjas gonna mess it up. It used to be a time we used to have to worry about white people coming tearing it down like Rosewood and Black Wall Street. You ain't got to worry about that no more. I'm gonna tell you that one now. That one right there, you ain't got to worry about that one no more. Ain't gonna be no more Rosewood torn down. Ain't gonna be no more Black Wall Streets torn down. You know why? Because ninjas gonna come and tear it down. That's why you ain't got to worry about white men coming no more in no robes and all that. Ninjas are on their way to tear up everything that we work so hard for. That's why it's so hard to have something as black folk. White folks make it hard enough as it is. And when we finally do get something, we end up losing it quite often, not all the time, but quite often, because ninjas tear up what we work so hard to get as a black person. But then we go in front of the cameras and tell the community, well, black love, those are our people. Hey, I know the bonnets, I know the eyelashes, I get it. They're our people. We are to love them. And as soon as them cameras and lights go off, we go back to our houses, get our click-clack ready, waiting for them ninjas to come back in our neighborhoods. So don't give me that black love. If we build something, then we can have our own little black communities. Every time we do it now, it ain't the white man tearing it down. It's ninjas breaking in. It's ninjas that want to sell something on the corner. It's ninjas that want to form gangs in the communities that used to be nice. We got parts even of Detroit that was nice. Then here come the ninjas and messed up that whole neighborhood that used to be nice. And now you can't even go there as a regular Detroit citizen. Your grandmama can't even walk down that street anymore, where she used to be able to hang around the streets and see kids playing, and everybody in the black community on that neighborhood owned their houses. And then the ninjas came. And now grandma can't even walk to church no more. I done seen this one play out plenty of times. We don't need nobody in white robes no more. We got ninjas. You ain't got to worry about no Klansmen coming through. We got ninjas. Go ahead, open up a business. Talking about opening up a business in the black community. You're going to end up like Nipsey Hussle. Go ahead. You're going to end up with one ninja jealous of you, mad at you. Go ahead, you open it. If Nipsey would have opened up that store or his business in another community where he had not been alive today 9 times out of 10, because he wouldn't have had no jealous fool in his face every time you turn around. Oh, he would have been alive? Okay, cool. But y'all telling us black folks, hey, if you put a wig shop or a weave shop or makeup shop in the black community, we'll support you and we'll leave the Asian shops alone. I've seen that play out. I've seen that happen. You know what happened? I saw a sister, true story, saw a sister open up the same type of shops that the Asians have with the weave and the makeup and just beauty supply. You know what was happening to her? Female ninjas would come into this sister's shop, true story, pretend like they were looking at the hair and run out the front door. They would come into her shop and shoplift beauty products and run out the front door. How many times you saw that happen in the Asian shop? You ain't. Ninja's been programmed over the last 40, 50, 60 years that Asian beauty shops are part of the community. So the ninjas, they go tear up the Asian spot. They ain't running in and out of Asian shops stealing beauty products, are they? When the last time y'all looked at on the video? Or when you ain't seen that video, have you on TikTok? Ain't one. But every time a sister try to open up a beauty salon, a beauty shop, a nail shop, how come the sister always got to go through arguments with the customers about the hair that she got done? The sister spent 15 hours doing the sister braids, and what does the ninja sister do? You didn't do my hair right. I'm not paying for this. You didn't do my braids right. See, these are tight, but they not tight enough. See, I am not paying for this. And how many times have we seen a video where sisters will get out the chair and walk out of that sister's business? We ain't never seen them do it to a white woman. We ain't never seen them walk out the nail shop, beauty shop of the Asian woman. You ain't never seen them go into an Asian beauty salon and steal their products like they steal from black people. And you talking about, we might as well just form a black community. Where? Show me where ninjas ain't gonna come and break in our stuff. What world y'all living in? What part of the United States can black people actually open up a productive area, a productive community, and ninjas ain't gonna come and tear it up? Name it. Name the state that has done that. I'm waiting for this one. Name the city. Name a town that this has happened. You ain't gonna name a city. Name a black neighborhood. I take it from a town. Name the black neighborhood. Just a black upper middle class neighborhood where ninjas ain't came and either tried to tear it up with acting ghetto behavior or breaking in all of our property. Name it. It don't, you can live in Beverly Hills where Diddy lived. Ninjas gonna show up and tear something up. You can live in affluent areas of Miami. Ninjas gonna try to, if it's a black community, it's gonna be some ninjas gonna come and try to break your house. That's guaranteed. You live in a nice area of Miami, it's the black area of Miami. They gonna break in, bro. You might as well get ready for that one. So when I say in my lifetime, I ain't gonna see no changes, And when I say name the town or the area that you can go to that ninjas ain't gonna come and tear it up, I meant it. You can't name one. We can Google it. We can chat GBT it. We can deep seek. You ain't gonna find them. If anytime a black person has a nice neighborhood and community got it going on, ninjas are gonna come and tear it up. Even before white folks. That's the sad part. If we all focus on our own families first, we can make a difference, but we can't help everyone. And I agree with you. It all starts with our families. Now that I can concur with. If we could just get people to focus on their families, that's just their own. If you could just get somebody who got these ratchet young ladies to focus on these young ladies to be ladies and get these boys to be young men. If you could just get your own kids on track, it'll be less kids running into the liquor stores, grabbing as much bottles as they can and running out. That's 100% correct. It starts with the family, but the families ain't gonna start it. I'm gonna say this again. I'm with T-Mac. It starts with the family. The problem is the families won't start it. That's the problem with our community. It starts with the family, but the problem is the families aren't going to start it. They're not going to pull their kids to the side and say, no longer. You are no longer going to be getting in fights with your school teachers. You're no longer going to be getting into the mass kids that run into businesses, steal everything, and then leave. You're no longer going to be in locations where young people are shooting each other. You're no longer going to be out there just whimsical with your time. It starts with the family, but the family won't start. The black family will not start to do what we need to do. That's the problem. A few of us have, but not enough to where I would see and you would see the change in our lifetimes. And that's what I meant. They are villainized because of the women. That's another reason. Shout out to Africa Wolf being in the building, my brother. Data says the black community, we need to sit politically correct. Well, they need to sit they politically correct tails down and figure out what it is they want. We don't know what we want. That's our problem. We cry about what we don't want, but we don't express what we want. Okay, black people say, we want to be left alone, right? Black people say, if white people was just to leave us alone, we got this, we'd flourish if they stop trying to interrupt us on this and stop. And I agree with you. I agree with you. If white folks left us alone, we would flourish. Guess who gonna come steal the flourishing? I mean, if it was just a ban for 1 year, white police officers cannot just come into communities and harass people. Fair job hiring, not just hiring somebody because of their color. Fair business loans and personal loans. Fair assessments of our homes, instead of saying our home is worth $300,000 when you know the house in our community is worth $415,000. I'm talking about for 1 year. We just asked for 1 year of straight fairness across the board. Doing business with us, not because we're black, or don't do business with us, not because we're black, but actually doing business with us because our business is good. Just fairness. That's all we want, is 1 year of fairness. We would flourish. I agree. Yes, who gonna F it up? White folks? Oh, y'all think white folks will come? We just said white folks cannot intervene. We just said white folks cannot intervene. Guess who's gonna come F it up? Latin folk? Nope. No. Asian folk? Nope. Come on. You know the word. Start with an N. Ninjas. Society has gotten to the point where other cultures ain't even got to intervene no more on our destruction. Ninjas are doing their job for them. Ninjas. Man, Klansmen are so laid back. They spend more time either focusing on politics or having barbecues. Why? They ain't got to go to the black community no more. Why? You got ninjas. Ninjas is the greatest weapon to Klansmen since the noose. Ninjas are the greatest tool that racist politicians have used for years. Years. Black people don't want to admit. Slowly but surely, white folks are leaving us alone. Here's the kicker to our demise. White folks ain't got to be talking racist talk to you. You got ninjas that's gonna talk dirty to you. White people ain't got to be jealous of you no more. Why? You got jealous ninjas. Do you got some white people out there like that? Yeah, but I'm telling you, slowly but surely, white people it's gonna be like that Boondocks episode, right? Remember the two brothers got into a shootout for bumping into each other? And then he bumped into the white dude, and the white dude said, hey, wait a minute. He's about to fight him. He said, wait a minute, I'm white. And the brother was upset because he couldn't do a shootout, and the white dude realized, wait, I'm white, I ain't got to do all this no more. That's what's happening right now. Slowly but surely, other than Karens and Keishas and all them, white people are slowly realizing we do not have to mess up these people's lives. All we got to do is just let them be who they becoming. And ninjas will mess up everything for us black folk every single time. You got white folks doing barbecues and picnics, and they talking old Klan stories. Remember we used to do the Klan, man? Yup. Remember Bubba was the Grand Dragon? Yup. They flipping burgers. Anybody want an extra burger? Okay, all right. Bring me a beer, Bubba. Okay, bring a beer. Why? Man, them robes that they got collecting dust. You go to a Klansman now, he gonna pull his robe out. It got dust on it. It'll turn yellow because it used to be white, but he ain't worn it so long. He done forgot the hood. He don't know where the hood at. He lost that somewhere in the house about 15 years ago. All he got is the robe. Well, I got my granddaddy's robe I used to wear, but I ain't had to wear it in so long, but I forgot where I put my little hat piece, my little mask. Why? They don't need to no more. Y'all can blame it on slavery and economics or because the white man, you can say whatever you want. At the end of the day, we got black folks and we got ninjas. And ninjas are the new tool that the Klansmen use. Programmed them after so many years, and all you got to do is now turn them around, grind that wind it up in the back, and let them ninjas walking around our community and tear everything up that we work so hard to acquire. Politicians do it. Politicians like, listen, that prison to pipeline that school to prison pipeline is perfection. We don't even have to convince them not to read anymore. They just stop reading. We don't even have to convince them that prison is bad. They actually want to go to prisons. They think it's a party. We don't have to tell them that it's foolish to not go to school. They're dropping out in record numbers. we've accomplished our goals, gentlemen. Black people were going to be black people no matter what. They were going to succeed. But those ninjas, we've got them. We've got them right where we want them. Now they're nothing but human resources. Humans that we can get resources out of. Now we understand that black people never fail for what we were doing, and black people will always succeed. But those ninjas, we don't need all black people. We just need ninjas to go to jail. You ever notice that? They do not care about all black people going to prison. All they care about is ninjas going to prison so they can make money off of it. Take it from me. I used to be a ninja that was in prison. I knew exactly how the routine worked. It is not going to change in our lifetime, brothers. Long as we got ninjas, not white people. Like I said, white people slowly but surely fading away, like that Homer Simpson meme where Homer just fades into the bushes. That's white people. White people just kind of like slowly fading away, and because they realize they ain't got to do nothing no more. No more throwing bricks. Black guy, get out of our neighborhood. Get out of our neighborhood, nigger. They ain't got to do that no more. They ain't got to do that no more. You got a couple of old white people that do it, but most white people, they ain't got to do it no more. Why? Ninjas gonna come and mess your neighborhood up the way you want to move. You get a whole black neighborhood, like 20 blocks, I promise you, ninjas gonna move in and tear up that neighborhood. And now you gotta sell it before the price of your house truly drops too far. Ninjas. Please, I don't know why y'all try to act like ninjas and black men are the same thing. We aren't. We aren't, and we never will be. Not in my lifetime, before I was born, before my granddaddy was born, before his pappy was born. There's always been a difference between black people who are out here that realize that life is short, and we're trying to build families and legacies, and there have always been a group of ninjas to F it up for us. Always. Don't you ever think that you're going to leave this planet, come back in 3,000 years, and it ain't ninjas still trying to tear stuff up for black people. Always. That's why we can't do nothing. It ain't black people that's messing things up for us. It's you ninjas. We don't never want to admit it in public. We always pretend in private, like we already know in private, we don't like them. We don't want to deal with them. But then when we get in public, we want to talk about black love. Together, black love. We love all black people. All kumbaya black people. Black love, togetherness. Ski-wee, black love. Wish I would fall for that ever again. I know there's a difference between hardworking black families and focused black families and them ninjas over there. That's serious. Let's get back to the video. It's enough of me running off at the mouth. Yep, Chris Rock said it best. Said it best. He said those ninjas made white folks richest. Serious. I don't know who is dumber in 2026. Ninjas or the rednecks that voted for Trump and treat him like a cult king. It's one thing that Trump is president, right? Oh, you vote Republican, you always voted Republican. That's we've always had Republican and Democrat presidents. What makes this president different? Because he's Republican? No. You've always had Republican and Democratic presidents. That's part of American the republic in which we live in, right? So what makes this one different? He picked the most simple-minded white dude and white woman that he could find, brought them into masses to where they start following him like a cult. We have never in the history, George Washington didn't have a cult. Abraham Lincoln, Kennedy, Theodore and didn't have a cult? Name one of the Roosevelt presidents that had a cult. Franklin D. Roosevelt, 16 years as president, in a wheelchair. This man didn't have a cult. What makes Trump so masterful with marketing, but weird as well, is this man found the dumbest of the dumbest of the dumbest white folks that he could find from the heels of every heel, and not getting him to vote by way of Republican. That the Republican part had nothing to do with cults, with Trump's presidency. Like I said, we've had Republican and Democratic presidents before. That's no big deal to Americans. So don't think I'm coming at Republicans at all. I'm not coming at Republicans at all. I'm talking about this man marketing himself so well. He Jim Jones. He what's the dude in Waco? He created a Waco by way of politics, where he found the dumbest of the dumb white folks. That's why nobody want to talk to Trump followers. You know why? Because most people know there's a difference between a Republican and you MAGA cult leaders and cult members. I will sit back and have a conversation with a Republican all the live long day. I'm a conservative independent anyway. I'm conservative, but I'm independent. I'm like Bernie Sanders. I've always been like that. I will talk to Republicans all the live long day. Many things I agree with, some I don't agree with because I'm independent. Same thing with Democrats. Many things I agree with, some things I don't agree with. But you MAGA dudes, I wouldn't waste 15 seconds of my lifespan talking to you cult members. Ain't no way in hell. Ain't no, you dudes are the weirdest people. I've never in my lifetime thought I would see a president with a cult following. Ever. You got black MAGAs, you got white Latin. They don't care. I love you so much, Trump, you can ship me out. The dude that started Latinas for Trump was, I think it was like over the last month, was deported. The dude that started the movement. The people that sang the song, Latinas for Trump and Latinos for Trump, their families have been shipped out. They don't care. About another 20, 30 minutes. All right, sensible. Give me 30 minutes, okay? They've gotten shipped out. Why? They don't care. They're willing to fall on a sword for MAGA. And that's what's creepy. Black Republicans, Latin Republicans, white Republicans, I'm cool with all day long. I will sit up there and have a conversation with a black or white Republican all day long, and we'll talk about this, we'll talk about that. I'm like, you know what? That makes sense. Well, that makes sense. I'm cool with that. But you MAGA creepy dudes, I don't want to hear nothing y'all got to say. I don't hear nothing y'all got to say. Y'all worship that dude, man. Y'all worship that dude like he's a god. No, we don't. The hell you don't. The hell y'all don't worship Trump like he's a god. That's what makes the world look at y'all like y'all crazy. And yes, when I say the world, not just the United States, the world looks at y'all like y'all the creepiest people that ever walked the planet, because no president has ever had a cult following. People loved Obama and he didn't even have a cult. They loved Bill Clinton and he didn't even have a cult. My boy Johnny's in the building. Johnny said this. He said, if only you were my homie when I was growing up, Andre, He said, I would have been like Tupac. You're 6'3", I'm 5'1". Ain't nothing wrong with that, brother. Nothing wrong with that. Shout out to my brother Kings and Dreams in the building. Let me scroll back up, get to you guys. And Johnny also says this. He said, I've been like, bring it on. Bring it on. Seriously. Let's get back to the video. Andre's been talking enough. We're almost done anyway.
Now, was this by choice?
Because regardless if y'all got an attitude or don't got an attitude, if your mama talking shit or not talking shit, I still have to pay. Yeah. Imagine somebody talking shit to you, belittling you, and you still gotta pay. You still gotta do for the kid with joy and glee. Yeah. And they gonna give their mama all the credit. They never really give daddy. They get an award, be like, thanks to my mama. You never give daddy the credit. Mama mess up, you say mama did the best she can. Daddy mess up, yo, daddy ain't shit. Like, it's hard being a father. And I never really told them my side. I let their mama tell their side.
He never told me his.
I never told them my side.
My dad never either.
Because everybody think they mama, all y'all mamas ain't angels. Hoes wasn't just invented in 2025. Some of y'all mamas was hoes.
Damn.
Like, because seriously, somebody
studying for suckers anyway. Hey, where you think you're going? Hey man, Mike's studying. I don't want to bother him.
Hey, will you get back in there and finish, man? Well, see, in this house, people study when they're supposed to.
Good thing I'm not a member of this house.
Oh, you are this weekend.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, you heard of the extended family? Well, this weekend you part of one, which gives me the right to extend this belt to your behind if I feel like.
Oh, I'd like to see that.
Oh, you would, huh? Well, anything to oblige your guests, mister.
Man, you gotta be kidding.
Come on in here.
Oh, you must be crazy. I don't believe it.
I'm gonna make a believer out of you. Huh? No, you know the boy got it. Come on, get your behind.
Mama, you think Daddy really gonna give Eddie a spanking? Which beating did he get?
Dad has 3 in his repertoire. The regular, the super, and the Big Mac.
Rip that book and it's gonna be a problem. Okay, you think it's a joke? You gonna cry? You gonna laugh now and cry later? So you ripped it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You wanna get smart?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you do about that, little girl?
Okay.
Shut your mouth and get your hair.
He said, shut your mouth, get your ass over here. Shout out to my brother Johnny. He said, I keep telling you, Andre. He said, you are the big brother we never had. I'm not just saying it. I appreciate that, brother. I really do. I really do, man. Once again, my brother said, shut your mouth. You see, he got the television in his hand. Boy, done ripped up his homework. Dad just walking calmly. Yeah, shut your mouth and come on over here.
Ask you one more time.
You see where that television is? He want to rip up homeworks. Dad say, okay, you want to rip up something? I got something to rip up.
You gonna act up in school again? Stop! Stop! Move! Is you gonna act up in school again? Move! I'm done with you, your sister. I'm done.
Marry a black man. Why? Because, like, my daddy's a black man. I couldn't see another man raising my kids besides a black man.
Well, what if you, like, fell in love with, like, a white guy?
I wouldn't fall in love with a white guy.
Why?
I want my kids to have a black father just like I had a black father because it's just something about a black man that I love. So I've always dated black guys, and I don't feel like someone of another race could really help my children deal with certain issues that they would have to deal with being black in America. My daddy is black, and guess what? My kids gonna have a black ass daddy to the house. Bitch, don't play with me. If you want your kids to have a white daddy, if you want your
you stop yelling.
If you want your blood just to stay pure,
Why do you
bitch, that's your prerogative. So don't try to make me feel wrong about wanting to marry a black man. Bitch, I'm black. What the you?
and it is.
Now, a lot of people would have said, now, a lot of you brothers would have said, yeah, that's right, queen. That's right. That's me. I'm one of these things. Now, a lot of brothers would look at their sister and said, yeah, that's right, sister. Black queens, black kings. All I saw was a sister that made a good point. But she was busy being loud, disrespectful, and ratchet in her expressions. So what type of black men is she going to attract to be her child's father in the future? Stoic, responsible, level-headed, emotionally intelligent black men? Hell no. She gonna get dudes just like that comedian we just looked at a few seconds ago that said he had 7 kids by the age of 22. That's who she gonna get to be her black baby daddy. So I'm here to tell y'all, not all black women want black men as the father of their children. I'm gonna say this one more time. Not all black women want black men as the father of their children. There are a lot of black women that want black ninjas to be the father of their children. How do you know that, Dre? Because the women display ninja behavior, and a black man of responsibility, of stoicism, of focus, of legacy is not gonna get stuck having a baby with a woman with certain behavior patterns. There is no way in the world I'm gonna have a child by a female with ninja behavior. Y'all ain't got to worry about that part. Ain't nowhere in this world I'm gonna land and y'all gonna see me with some ratchet chick in Brazil, a ratchet chick in Colombia, a ratchet chick in Thailand, a ratchet chick in the Philippines. Y'all ain't got to worry about that from Dre. And I ain't got to worry about that from a lot of you dudes. A lot of you dudes, I can tell, even if the relationship part doesn't work out, you guys got enough sense. If you will have a child in another country, the woman is going to be a woman that has enough sense to be responsible. She knows how to carry herself in public. She's not ghetto. So yeah, the sister made a good point of, she said, I had a black father and I want my children to have black father. I can concur with that. But she ain't going, no. She gonna have a baby by a ninja who probably statistically got a baby by somebody else already. But her picking or being picked by a black man, hell, black men don't make ninjas have babies with women like that. Black men, no, we don't move like that. We don't move like that. Let me get to these super chats. My brother said, Dre, one thing he said, Dre, one thing I noticed with the NFL draft, these dudes are never acknowledging their fathers. Along with the analysts, it's always the mothers. We've been programmed to do that. We've been programmed to do that by way of, think about it, 80% of us were raised by single mothers. And then when you're raised by your dad, he still don't get any glory. Dad will be sitting right next to you during the NFL draft. Everybody in there can get a hug but dad sometimes. But Brother Johnny said this. He said, thank you, Dorothy Lee. Shout out to my mom, Dorothy Lee. Shout out to Dorothy Lee. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He said, my pops would have peeled rubber on that television. That sounds more like me. I ain't got to hit you. I'm gonna hit you where it hurt. That television. Shout out to the African Wolf. Yeah, all these queens. 7 kids by 22. Yeah, cooked. Johnny says this. He said, Andre, you should do a customer brother appreciation day stream. I definitely can meet up. Oh wow. I definitely can meet up in speaking my piece. We actually got a stream coming up next Friday with my brother Will. Shout out to Will being here and a couple of other guys. I might ask T-Mac to join us. But what are their experiences have been so far living in Colombia? So I'm gonna have guys from different parts of Colombia sharing their stories. That's next Friday, sharing their stories of their experience. I haven't even talked to T-Mac. I'm just volunteering this man. Their stories and experience of living here in Colombia. The good, the bad, the ugly. Yes, sir. My brother, me and supporting men, AMSM said this. He said, my mom used to say to me, you love your dad more than me. Shaking her head. I learned from my stepkids that it happens in waves. Like there was a time when I was the hero, and then the kids they wanted to spend a lot of more time with their mom. So mom was the hero. And then when they hit a certain age, I was the hero again. And then when they got older, mom was the hero again. So I look at it like, I notice when it comes to kids and 2-parent households, it's like it happens in waves. Like 1 minute you are the man, that's my daddy. Next minute, mom, can I talk to you for a second? You look like, what about me? I'm right here. No, I just want to talk to mom. It's something I want to talk to her about. You're like, okay. So I noticed that it happens in waves. He said, always down for a chat with you, Dre. Okay, cool. Friday is good for me. Okay, bet. Yep. But that is a good idea, Johnny. That is a good idea. Yeah, viewer appreciation. It's a good idea, brother. I'm glad you mentioned that. Let's continue on with the video.
Necessary for those people who rule over us and who rule over African people the world over. If those people are to stay in power, they must destroy our ability to love each other in a healthy sort of way. This is why, even if you're concerned with your individual love for your boyfriend or your husband, you cannot separate that love from what is going on in the world, politically and socially.
Black male is the threat to white genetic annihilation. And so he is profoundly attacked in this society. And if we begin to understand that, we understand what happens to the black family. If you remove the father, then the son is wandering around confused, doesn't know what to do. Children going unfathered. Now, I say that racism is responsible.
Just like it's a slap in the face. I want to constantly have to pull up pictures. I want to show you guys something. And this is when I knew how delusional people were. This is a photo right here of, you could barely see it because
this was sad. This definitely was an attack on black fathers, what you're about to see now.
It's me and my mom are so white. But this is a photo of my white.
Now, this is a photo of her white mother and her. So take a look at it right now. Her white mother and her.
Mother and me. This is the day that I was born, right? Somebody posted this picture on Twitter and said, this is a white woman. This is a white woman. Her mom is white. She's a white woman. This is the picture they used, right? This is the picture that they edited out. They edited my dad out.
Her dad. Chocolate as can be.
They edited my father out of the photo.
Zoom in on that.
They edited my father out of the photo. They used that picture
to just be hateful.
To say that I am not biracial. And they edited my father out of the photo.
And
I'm just like, when I seen that, my heart dropped, and I was like, this is the type of people that I'm dealing with.
When I was 25, he told me the whole story. And this is why I just want people to tell the truth. Because my dad told me the whole story, dog. And I'm talking about I didn't have to say a word because, like, we used to grow up, no food, served sandwiches. We used to grow up with powdered milk. We used to grow up, you understand? Christmases. Damn, how the f did she do that? Right? But when I was 25, my dad told me how she did it. I used to come around with 4,000, and just because I didn't want to be with her, she'd take 3,500, 3,800, and just send me on the way with 200 and won't let me see y'all.
So the true story was dad used to come around 4,000 or whatever it may be. She would take the money, leave dad with $200, $300 in his pocket. And she still wouldn't let him see the kids. And she still wouldn't even spend the money on the kids. Remember, my man just said they were doing syrup sandwiches. So mom was spending the money on herself or making sure regular bills was paid. But as far as going overboard, making sure the kids had the proper school, the proper school supplies, the proper shoes, mom wasn't taking none of that money. And so mom tried to make it seem like dad wasn't putting in any effort. This is very, very common for women to do this, especially women that didn't have a father from the get-go.
He told me the real side. And like I said, I don't blame my mom because she was doing what she was doing that she thought, right? But that just took years away from my dad. And when he told me the real story at 25, I got mad at my mom.
But did you ask her, when you talk to your mom, say, Mom, this is what dad told me? Is that what happened when I didn't see him as a child? What did she say to you, Mike?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What woman in your life is able to take accountability?
Got a point, Mike.
They all wear makeup, right?
You got a point, Mike.
Huh?
You got a good point, Mike. Accountability is hard sometimes for women.
Yeah, so that led to me and my mom not talking for 3 years.
Oh, my goodness.
And then I found out she had cancer, and then she died a year later. And then the whole world laughed at me for that, so I don't want to talk about that.
Greedy your mama is? So you're not gonna tell me this man didn't want to be a part of your life? Did she make it easy? Did she push for it? Were you taken to a different state? Moved away? Did you follow your mother along her journey to where she's trying to find herself and do what's right, do what she want to do and chase her dreams and just strung you along with her? These questions have got to get asked because why do you hate your father? If your father's a decent man, if your father upright, why you hate your father? What he do? He got nice house, nice things going on. How could this, you ain't never asked yourself? And your mama still struggling, so why you hate your fathers?
That's an excellent question. A lot of times the kids get drug along. As the mother is trying to find herself. She drags the kids to another state as she's trying to find herself. She goes through 3, 4, 5 different men while the kids are sleeping in the other room, and she thinks that the kids can't hear her going through orgasms while she's trying to find herself. She doesn't realize the kids hear that she's crying when she's going through a lonely breakup while she's trying to find herself. While she's buying new $300, $400, $500 weaves, but the kids are wearing $30 shoes, $20 shoes as she's trying to find herself. She goes from job to state to job to state and dragging the kids along with her trying to find herself. She gets a stepfather for the kids as she was trying to find herself. Kids don't like him, he don't like the kids, but she's still in the middle of finding herself. Women never think about the impact of finding themselves have on their children. My mother didn't. A lot of guys' mothers didn't realize finding themselves who they never found. This is the irony of it. Very few women ever find themselves, but we got drugged from this location to that location, from this dude to that dude, from this situation to that situation. And this is very prevalent and common today among women trying to find themselves, but never take into account that children are trying to develop themselves. They needed their father to develop themselves, but you ladies were too busy trying to find yourself. How'd that work out, ladies? Oh, you finally found yourself? You got a great job? Where you going next Saturday? Same place you went to last Saturday, right? And the Saturday before, right? To go visit your son in the penitentiary. Because while you were busy finding yourself, your son didn't get a chance to develop himself. So now you got the money, now you got the cars, now you got the opportunities, now you even own a house. You found yourself. You can go on vacations with your girls. You got the $3,000 weaves now. You got the eyelashes and the baby hair, but you still got to go down to the penitentiary every Saturday to visit that boy, putting some of the money that you made finding yourself, put that money on his books. You a grandmother now at 35. You know why? Because while you was busy finding yourself, sisters, your daughter was supposed to be with her father, developing herself. But since she didn't have a father figure, guess who she chose as a father figure? Her boyfriend, who was 7 to 12 years older than her, but he was an irresponsible man and put a baby inside of her. And now you are a grandmother at 35 to 37, but you found yourself. You own a house. You own nice cars. You got investments. Hey, you came up. Your kids' struggle has just begun. Grandma, you hear me? Your hair looking good, Grandma. I like your outfit. How much you pay for them red bottoms? Looking good, Grandma. Now tell me about your kids. Them underdeveloped kids that you got, because you took them away from the one male role model, an example that wanted to be in those kids' life, even though he didn't want to be, or you didn't want to be in his life. That has nothing to do with the kids, but you decide to pack up everything like the Beverly Hillbillies and move to Beverly. And you drug them kids around in the name of finding yourself, and congratulations, you found yourself. But the kids never got a chance to develop themselves. Not in all cases, but in too many cases in the Black community. I'll say that one more time. Not in all cases, because I know how sensitive you ladies are. But the sad part, in too many cases, this is taking place in our community to where it has become a norm. Not just the norm, but a norm in our communities. My brother AMS, he said, Dre, he said, if I told you all the places that I stayed, you would have thought that I was bruh, you're not alone. You would have thought I was a military baby. Nope, just growing up with a single mother. You are not alone. I have lived in so many parts of Detroit, man. I'm like, can we at least stay here a year? Can we get a year in? Can we get a year in? He said, this is why I don't sleep with single mothers. He said, I can't add to the trauma of the children watching their mother going through a whole phase for pleasure and empathy. That is so true. So true. I used to have what I called Santa Claus sex. I only came around when the kids were asleep. I had Santa Claus sex with the mamas. If the kid, like Santa Claus, if the kids ain't sleep, I ain't coming around. You can get all the Santa Claus sex you want, baby. I come bearing gifts. Baby, I come bearing gifts. But the kids got to be asleep. I'm not coming around to be around the kids and all that. I came over for intimate pleasures. That's it. I'm here to give you a couple orgasms, and before the sun come up, just like Santa Claus, I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm giving you Santa Claus sex, girl. I'm gonna come down your chimney, and I'm gonna come out of your chimney, and that's it. And I'm gonna treat you like a ho, okay? I'm serious. That's how I usually treat them. You having some Santa, I don't care if it was the middle of May. I'm giving her Santa Claus sex. I'm coming down her chimney. I'm gonna come out of her chimney, and all she gonna hear me say, use a ho. That's it. He said, Dre said he came looking for booty. So, seriously, we can do it the easy way or we can do it the hard way. AMSM says this. He said, Dre, I had a woman's daughter see me walking out the door. She was supposed to be asleep like the Grinch that stole Christmas. You know, Grinch that stole Christmas, the little girl that woke up in the middle of the night when the Grinch was leaving with the tree. Who's that big man leaving up out of here, mama? Another one? Mama, you on a roll. Mama, you on a roll. Another one? I just came to get some water, mama. You on a roll. I don't even recognize him. He taller than the last one, mama. That's why I know it's not the same man. He taller than the last one, mama. Mama, there go that man again. There go that man again, mama.
My daddy didn't come get me. She took me to my daddy. She never held me from him. But the greatest thing she ever did, I never heard her put the nigga down. As sorry as he was.
Never.
He still
my
got
dad
to be
wasn't
my
sorry,
hero.
but my mom never
She
put
never
my dad
shouted
down,
my
ever.
hero. And the black woman got a habit of shouting her boy's hero.
That's
I
right.
don't give a damn what your daddy say. I'm not running this. So now he can't never call his hero to defeat the villain.
You over here preaching. We
Talk
love
that
it.
shit.
We love it.
See, they don't want me to get serious, so they don't want this Charlton.
Right.
Yes, we do. They don't want this Charlton. They like the character.
Take this message and send it to a woman so we can, so they can learn to make better choices.
He finna crash.
Said that mothers separate the kids from the father because they don't want the father to be a hero in the child's eyes. Because that hero will come and defeat the villain. And that's true. A lot of our mothers, great moms, but they've had villainous moments. Great moms will have villainous moments to where it takes a man, father, stepdad, whoever it may be, to defeat the villain. Women don't want to hear that. That in their eyes, sometimes a child sees the villainy in their mama. That's serious.
Out on that crowd. That crowd think he fuck with him. Nigga, Charles White don't fuck with y'all. He even took y'all here. He finna ooh. That's what I like about Charleston, bro. He'll take the bots up here, have you all excited, and then rug pull your shit. Rug pull your energy, nigga.
And not speak down on the father to the children.
They can't. It's hate in the heart.
It's in our heart.
She hate him and he hate her.
Yep.
Because they didn't love each other when
What is the actual value?
they can't. It's hate in the heart.
It's in our heart.
She hate him and he hate her.
Yep.
Because they didn't love each other when
Okay, we're having a Sesame Street moment. One of these things do not belong here. One of these things are not like the same. Would you like to play this game? You got Blue Ivy, Jay-Z's daughter. Jay-Z and Beyonce's daughter. You got Northwest, Kim and Kanye's daughter. right around the same age. What's the difference? One has a father in the home and the other one doesn't. No, we can't sit back and say, well, she got it from a daddy because, you know, Kanye is a... No, we can't say that. Kanye done a lot of stuff. He ain't threw no tattoos all on his face. You ain't never saw Kanye with different color hair. He been wearing that same fade for years. I think maybe at one point in time he did blonde for a split second, but that was it. You take a father out of the house, I don't care how rich you are. See, we think that people that's on our economic level, the lack of a father impacts. You can be mega rich, born into money as these young ladies, and still end up looking like a hood rat if your daddy ain't around and your daddy ain't allowed to be around, and you still watching your mama go through men. Since Kanye left, we done seen Kim go through several men. Am I correct? Black and white. Kim do what Kim gonna do. Kim made her money off of throwing that coochie to Ray J, Reggie Bush, and several other men after that. Kim didn't care that she had kids. Kim still kept throwing that coochie out, and everybody on social media seeing her throwing that coochie to dudes after she broke up with Kanye. That's the atmosphere that this young lady, Northwest, grew up in. Barely seeing her daddy, and her mama's still a freak. To where whether you realize it or like it or not, Blue Ivy has had probably more stability with at least having her father and her mother in her life. You can't take that away from her.
What is the actual value of the full-time presence of a father to a child, be it boy or girl? And that picture spoke 1,000 words. One hand, you have Jay-Z, who has everyday access to his child and is married to Beyonce. On the other hand, you have Kim Kardashian, who is raising Kanye West's daughter without him being there on a daily basis. And you can look at the pictures and it speaks 1,000 words. And though, yes, many single mothers are doing the best they can, every single statistic that has been shown shows that having both parents in the household, having a family where the father has equal access to the child, does wonders for the child. Moreover than that, every child that has no access to the father is at a detriment, whether it comes to suicide, high school dropouts, going to prison, committing crimes, drug addiction. The list goes on and on when you do not have the presence of a father. And more importantly than even the fact that you are able to choose the father, I think sisters need to understand this basic concept. Your child doesn't belong to you. Your child is a gift from the Most High God, and you are nothing but a steward to the gift that has been given to you. So when you block access to the father, you say things like, oh, if he doesn't give me my money, I'm not going to let him see the child. You are doing nothing but disrespecting the gift you've been given.
Girls with no fathers in the home have lower self-esteem. No father families more likely to be victims of abuse, especially with single mothers.
Stop. Uh-oh. It says children that come from single mother homes are more likely to suffer abuse and more likely to have self-esteem issues. Okay. Go back a second.
No father families more likely to be victims of abuse, especially with single mothers. Children with high BMI more often come from fatherless homes. Here's something fathers have the fittest children. That was really interesting to me. The more opportunities a child has to interact with biological father, the less likely they are to commit crime or have contact with the juvenile justice system. Okay, another way to say that is men and women who are incarcerated, the population of the prisons mostly encompass fatherless homes.
So you have single mothers who right now are all over social media.
I'll word it differently. The population of prisons mostly encompass fatherless homes. That's true. The truth of the matter is, though, that nobody wants to talk about. The population of the prisons are mostly encompassed by mother-filled homes. Mother-filled homes produce prisoners. Mother-filled homes produce violent young men. Mother-filled homes have produced impoverishment among women and mass teen pregnancy. You cannot learn traits from the parent that's not there. You learn those traits that caused teen pregnancy, caused high school dropouts, caused individuals to go to prison, male and females, caused financial and emotional instability. They learned those traits from the parent that was there, not from the parent that wasn't there. You can't learn from the visible person. Am I correct? Now, you can have a certain amount of DNA traits that, like I said the other day, people say, you remind me of your daddy. A couple of traits, but most of what I learned as a dude that did 10 years in prison and all the other guys that I talked to that were in prison, we learned how to be ultra emotional, ultra irresponsible, ultra lost, ultra economically unwise, meaning that we made 100,000 in less than 2 weeks. We blew it because we knew we were gonna make another 100,000. We were not economically stable. We learned all of that, not from our missing dad, but our present parent. Some of you dudes don't want to admit, you learn most of the foolishness that you walk through and that you finally overcome as a mature man. You learn most of that from your present parent, not from your missing parent. You didn't learn all that from your missing. Some of you dudes are ready to put a hot ball in somebody. Blah. Some of you dudes say, okay, nobody tell you nothing. I'm gonna go on Tinder app anyway in Colombia. Where'd you learn that from? Your missing dad? I'm gonna invite 3 Colombianas to my Airbnb. I don't care. Who'd you learn that from? Your missing dad? Man, I quit this job, man. They tripping. Who did you learn quitting from? Your missing dad? Man, I just got in a fight with the police, man. That's why I'm in here. I got in a fight with the police. That's why they just locked me up, man. They hate the black man. Who was the one that taught you to be ultra emotional? Your dad that was missing, or your present, every day, who you see and you learn from watching parent? I learned from my present parent. I learned all my hustle game from my mom. She hung out with hustlers. Some of y'all learned how to lie from your mom, because you saw your mom lie about the phone bill on the phone, lied to the bank. You saw your mom lying to family members. You saw your mom lying to one boyfriend because she got another boyfriend. You learn how to lie from your present parent, not your missing parent. That person is not present. You a liar like your daddy. No, I'm a liar like my mama. Your daddy used to be a hustler. My mama was a hustler. You out there see you can't nobody tell you nothing. No, mom, couldn't nobody tell you nothing. I learned all this from you. Dad wasn't around to teach me these things. I picked them all up and perfected them from my present parent. So when you see this, most people that are incarcerated, male and female, yes, they come from fatherless homes, but even more, we came from homes that were mother-filled, meaning not that we didn't want to have a mother, but we needed mom and dad's dynamic. And when we just only had moms, we learned mom's way of walking through life, and it doesn't work to just have moms. I learned from the present parent, not from the missing parent. Some of y'all still mad at your daddy for certain things that's happening to your life. That ain't your daddy who you learned that from. You learned that from your mama. You saw your mama be slick and was able to talk a dude out of $300. So you learn how to talk a woman out of some coochie because your mama taught you that. Your mama taught you it ain't no problem with having somebody that's a revolving door because you saw your mama in your 18 years have 5 boyfriends. No telling how many lovers she had because mom had you when she was 19, 21, 26. You forget how hot in the pants a woman at 25, 26, 21 is. She ain't ready to settle down even if she have a baby. This ain't nothing new. Don't think this was invented in 2026, 2025, or 2024. Women not want to have a marriage but want to have a baby. That started in the Black community in the late 60s, early 70s. So you learned the lack of relationship commitment, not from your daddy who wasn't there. You in Ohio, your daddy lived in Kentucky. So how can you learn lack of commitment from a man that's 2-3 states away? How? You learned all your greatness and all your flaws from your mama. I learned all the great things about Andre and all the flaws that I had to grow to overcome from my mama. And I'm just one of the few men that have the audacity to say that you don't learn from the missing parent. You learn more from the present parent. And that present parent's teaching got a lot of us dropping out of school. That present parent got a lot of us in prison. That present parent got a lot of young ladies pregnant by following the patterns of the present parent. Stop trying to blame it on your dad who ain't around. If my father was here, what? If your dad was there, you would have learned how to counteract and balance what mom was teaching and what dad was teaching. We were just talking about the Jackson 5 and the whole Jackson family. I do not believe that those boys would have been successful if it was just Joe in their lives. I think they would have hit a certain amount of success because statistics show that Black men or children that are raised by Black men only have a higher success rate. I do believe that, but I don't think they would have hit superstardom with just one parent. I think Catherine's balance was just as important as Joe because he was so hard and she was such a spiritual person, she was Jehovah's Witness, that she brought balance to their universe. I don't think just Joe being hard, those boys would have made it to where they made it. That's why mothers and fathers are important. But if it's just a father, statistics show you do have more of a chance of success. You do have more of a chance of success. Let's continue on.
Motherless homes.
So you have single mothers who right now are all over social media. They're getting BBLs.
And they're getting praised too.
We saw sisters on the pod. She said she was single. Remember, the sister said she's not married. The brother said, are you married? She said no. He says, how did I know you wasn't married?
Right.
But the point is this. Single sisters are to blame for the high population of men in jail, or people, or brothers and sisters in prison. And nobody talks about that. They'll say, oh, but the man ain't there.
Right.
Oh,
He left.
He left. What about the man?
So there. Before she goes into the stats, shout out to International Quiet Storm with the $10 love. He said, I will say being under my father's care has regulated my emotions, my anger, my PTSD, and allowed me to be very even killed. I refuse to let any woman raise my blood pressure, preach, brother, and put me in the ground. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Let's hear what our sister has to say. Are most black men deadbeat dads?
There are a lot of misconceptions about deadbeat baby daddies in the black community. I think there's this idea that the majority of black men are going around and creating kids out of wedlock and creating these broken homes, and it's just not true. I mean, first of all, 54% of black men under the age of 50 in America don't even have kids. Like, the majority of black men under the age of 50 in America are not even in the conversation. They're not even in the room. They don't have children. So already when you're talking about black fathers, like, you're looking at a minority of black American men, believe it or not. And then of those men who do have kids, and then those men who have kids with multiple women, that's 32%. 32% of black fathers are having kids with multiple women. So, like, you're talking about a minority of a minority. Now, the crazy thing is that when you look at women, it's actually different. It is black mothers who have kids with multiple men. It's 59%. 59% of black mothers who have multiple kids have kids with multiple men. So the numbers are actually significantly different. You have 59% of black women, multiple baby daddies. 32% of black fathers, multiple baby mamas.
32%. That's it. You would think that 90% of black men have kids and 90% of black men have multiple baby mamas. The way that they sell it, the narrative on social media and mainstream media. You would think that. You wouldn't think that it would be 50+% of black women that do have kids, not all black women, but those that do have kids, almost 59% of them have multiple baby daddies.
Like, those numbers are quite significantly different.
And the black community has to wake up. Wake the fuck up. Stop going on everybody's platform talking about fatherhood. That's not the issue. It's black women and their mating patterns, their selective mating patterns, the primitive mating standards.
Let's go back to his stats. Shout out to Medium Man.
Going on everybody's platform talking about fatherhood. That's not the issue. It's black women.
Okay, the question is the black community 2023 birth rate for unmarried women aged 15 to 44 was 69.3%. 69.3% of black women have children out of wedlock without black men 1-to-1 ratio. Black women had 63.9% of their children out of wedlock with men that they chose to procreate with. This was 70%, in other words, out of wedlock.
In their mating patterns, their selective mating patterns, the primitive mating standards. Nobody talks about that. Okay?
It says 48% of black men who have ever fathered children, 72% were fathered by unmarried. Oh, we're talking about a black. Wait a minute. You say 48%. Oh, here it is. Of the 48% of black men who have ever fathered children, 72% were fathered by unwed black men out of wedlock. 72%. So 72% of dudes that have kids, that do have kids, of the 42%, of the 48% of black men that have kids. Let me break it down. 52% of black men don't have kids. There is a 48% of men that do have kids. Of that 48%, 72% of them, based on a survey, were fathered by unmarried black men, which means that 28% of children were fathered by black men while married. That's the crazy part. What's that say? 81% of black women have never or ever mothered children. Wait a minute. 81% of black women has ever mothered children? Of the 81, or is that 91? 91% of the black women who have ever mothered children, 69.3% were mothered by unwed black women. Okay. Which means that 30.7% of children were mothered or birthed by married black women. So 30.1%, 31.1% or 30.7% were children of married women, and 28% of the children that were born were by married fathers. Let's continue on. Shout out to Media Man.
Okay, 61% of black women have birthed at least one child. 69.3% have had their children out of wedlock. So when I say that, I know people they tense up because I'm putting the emphasis on black women. I'm putting the blame on black women. But if you want things to change, then this is something that you have to focus on. All right? There's a 15% difference between how many kids black women have had and how many black men have had. 15%. Okay? And then if you look at the marriage statistics, yes, people keep saying black men don't want to get married, right? You guys hear that, right? As of now, 36% of black men are married compared to 29% of black women. But you know what the key factor is in that? That 7% gap is the largest amongst all major racial groups. 7%. That matters. So stop running out there saying that black men don't want to get married. You got to blame black women. You have to put the emphasis on black women. It's about time, man. Because if you don't, things gonna continue the way it is.
Black fathers are like a really good defensive back. I think that this is the best example I could give you about black fathers, right? Black fathers are like a really good defensive back. You know what I'm saying? I say that because like when you got a cornerback or a safety out here that's so good and their hands is so good, they catch everything. Don't nothing get past them. Or they gonna deliver that big hit. Don't nothing get past them. The other quarterback don't even throw him the ball. And that's what having a father is like. They won't even try you. All the that your dad do for you, you not gonna see it. Like the insurance for this and fixing this, and we money was tight, but he done did this, and this, stayed out all night. You know what I'm saying? Like real pain. Yeah. Like, and he ain't gonna let you feel none of it, see none of it. It's like your dad gotta be Darrell Reeves out there. Like, why you throwing the ball over here? It's bad news, you throw it over here. Correct. You see what I'm saying? Yes. So it's like, I think that's what having a father, and then having a black father, being able to walk through, like, this country got some up and down that's going on. Correct. You know what I'm saying? These files is out. It's a lot of crazy going on. It would be especially for a black boy, how can I take advice from somebody who tried to keep me down? Like, you tried to push me down.
You adopted by white people, kind of sound white, work at a comic book store that's white.
It's actually the only black-owned comic book store in Texas.
Hell yeah, the ex-dads.
He's gone in a flash. Aquaman can't swim.
My dad is the Invisible Man, actually.
There you go.
Because the trope of the absent black father is so pervasive doesn't mean it's true. When compared to white or Hispanic fathers, black fathers were actually more likely to be involved in their children's lives in almost every way. They were even more likely to have bathed, diapered, or dressed their kids, eaten a meal with them, played with them, helped them with homework, and taken them to and from activities.
Another satisfying racial moment.
Let me ask you a question. If you were in Michael's life, would he still be alive today?
Of course. I had told some people, some friends, that if I don't get to Michael, he ain't gonna be here long. I said that. He won't be with us long. And I called the shot to the T. That's exactly what had happened. I just didn't like to see him. Matter of fact, I wouldn't go and see him laying up in the casket because I didn't want to remember him like that. Nope. I wanted to remember him live and dancing on stage.
This is the part that I didn't agree with Joe on. None of my sons have ever died. I'm Joe Jackson. I got 5, 6 boys. None of them ever died. They gave me grandkids, success. I've met presidents because of my sons, prime ministers and kings, queens because of my sons. My first and my youngest boy dies. My youngest boy dies. I go to the funeral, but I don't go to the casket. I want to remember my son on stage. That sounds noble, doesn't it? I want to remember him doing the good things, good, amazing. No. The mistake that Joe Jackson continued to make, even though he was a great father on the business side, he forgot that he was a father no matter what. He forgot that he was a father whether they had fame or they didn't have fame. He was so busy trying to be their business manager and a fan of his own children. He was too busy being a fan that he forgot that, dude, you're a father. It's our job to remember Michael on stage. That's our job. It's our job to remember Janet on stage. The rest of your children on stage. It is not your job to remember your child only on stage. It is your job as a father. Remember your son as a son. Good, bad, or ugly. That's your son, dude. That's the only thing that I disagree with Joe regarding his behavior. He was so busy making his children successful that for a second, he forgot that they were just regular human beings. They're just regular family from Gary, Indiana. Sad. Shout out to all you guys that hung out with your boy on this Saturday evening. Got a great live stream set up for you guys tomorrow. Do realize that you black fathers are needed. You future black fathers as well as you current black fathers. Black fatherhood is under attack because it is needed so much, not just in the black community, but the way that we looked at the statistics, black fatherhood is needed, and how we father is needed in dang near all communities. So shout out to all you black dads and all you future black dads. Appreciate all that you guys do. Really do. Let's get ready to do an outro video. Appreciate you guys for all the super chats, the cash apps, PayPals. Be seeing you guys tomorrow. You guys enjoy this evening. Head over to Richie Max, man. Guys, head over there. Richie is doing a live stream right now. So shout out to him and shout out to you guys. Make sure you get your tickets for the Black Manosphere Conclave. Let's do an outro video. Did I miss a super chat? my bad, brethren. My bad, brethren. You know, I had to come back in here, man. I saw my brother say I missed a super chat. I think I missed, was it Tevin King? Say, Andre, a female co-worker. Oh, Tevin. Thank you very much, guys, for letting me know. He said a female co-worker was discussing the same topic a month ago, and all the men on the job had to bite their tongues because they were pissed. They were blaming the men of the day, blaming the men of the day as deadbeats, or they were planning the men of the day as deadbeats. And it's crazy how in the States men have to bite their tongues because, and a lot of times men, we bite our tongues because we pick and choose our battles. See, men aren't as emotional as women when it comes to, I got to make my point. I got to get the last word in. Men are like, we'll just sit back and look at you like, you don't know what you're talking about. And life gonna show you that you don't know what you're talking about. That's what I love about being a man. We have a tendency of letting life do the talking for us. I'll say that again. As a man, we have a great habit of just not saying anything, and we'll see that female in a couple of years, and everything that we already knew will come to pass in that female's life, and she'll be pissed at the world. But they didn't want to listen to us. So men have a tendency of just sitting back and let life keep lifing for a lot of these women. For a lot of these women. We do not feed off into it. We do not feed off into it. Shout out to all you guys, and thank you very much for reminding me, Tev, in regards to your super chat, brother. Now, let's go back to some outros. Let's go back to some outros.
Living for weekends, wishing I could take a break from this world. Running on a hamster wheel, but searching for something I can't feel. I just wanna be a lost girl and fly. Take a breath, feel my wings spread, levitate above the ground and make eye contact with clouds. Now I'm rising, I'm soaring above it. It all, I just wanna be free. Finally, I wanna be free. I wanna be free. Finally, I wanna be free. Finally, I always daydreaming, never imagine I lose my spark. Living in this crazy time, putting back the pieces of my mind. I know how to run from the dark and fly. Take a breath, feel my wings spread, levitate into the clouds. I'm so high above the ground, I'm rising. I'm soaring above it. It all, I just wanna be free. Finally, I wanna be free. I wanna be free. I wanna be free. Higher to above you, I'm rising, I'm soaring above it. It all, I just wanna be free. I wanna be free. I wanna be free. I wanna be free. Living for weekends, wishing I could take